her out of the rain. She took the note to his hand. Later on they took his car, drove on down where the beaches are. He wrote her name in the sand and never even let go of her hand. Somehow they stayed that way for those 5 days in May. Made all the stars around them shine. Funny how you can look in vain, living under such sweet pain. Loneliness that cuts so fine. To find the face you've seen 1,000 times. Sometimes the world begins to set you up on your feet again. It wipes the tears from your eyes. How will you ever know the way its circumstances go? It's gonna hit you by surprise. Well, I know my past, you were there, and everything I've done. You are the one. Looking back, it's hard to tell why they stood while others fell. Spend your life working it out. Well, all I know is on a cloudy day, they both just ran away. Rain on the windshield, headed south. She loved the lines around his mouth. Sometimes the world begins to set you up on your feet again. It wipes the tears from your eyes. How will you ever do the way its circumstances go? It's gonna hit you by surprise. Well, I know my past, you were there, everything I've done. You are the one.
That sounds pretty good. Kevin. Kevin. Hey.
There it is.
How's everybody doing tonight? What's your name?
Darren.
Darren?
Darren, yeah.
Hey, a round of applause for Darren. How about that? We got about 24 minutes until we start this thing, somewhere in that vicinity, so make sure we're grabbing our seats, and we're going to let Darren carry on here. We'll be with you shortly.
could take a cab down to the creek and get the scoop on from an old oak tree. Smoke and drink once in a while, that would be good for me. I want a cool chick that'll cook for me, but I'll dance on the bar on 10 bare feet. Do what I want when I want, she'll do it with me. Oh. Well, I don't need too much of nothing. I just wanna sing a little chill song, get my groove on, pour something strong down in my drink. Oh, I know that I don't need a whole lot of anything. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. Whoa. Now I don't need a garage full of cars, but I'll take a whole box of Cuban cigars, and I'll smoke them nice and slow. They were good for me. Don't need a ranch on a big piece of land, but I like to get a little bit of dirt on my hand. A big old couch in a big old room still feels lonely when it's just you. Yes, it does. I don't need too much of nothing. I just want to sing a little chill song, get my groove on, pour something strong, then in my drink. Oh, I know that I don't need a whole lot of anything. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. A little bit of everything under the sun. So when I kick back basking in, I'll be okay with what I've done. You'll have fun. I just wanna sing a little chill song, get my groove on, pour something strong down in my drink. Oh, I know that I don't need a whole lot of anything. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. I just want a little bit of everything. Na 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 na. I just want a little bit of everything. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, yeah, oh, I just want a little bit of everything. Oh, thank you. You've climbed highest mountains, I have run through the field, only to be with you, only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, to be with you, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the healing in her fingertips. It burned like fire, this burning desire. I hear smoke with the tongue of angels. I have held the hand on the devil, it's warm in the night. I'm as cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I believe in the kingdom come, and all the colors will bleed into one, bleed into one. Yes, I'm still running. You broke the bonds and you loosed the chains, carried the cross of my shame. You know I believe it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Yeah, still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Oh, thank y'all for having me. Hopefully we'll see you at the party later as well, but enjoy this evening.
In a world fallen into chaos,
Insurance crisis.
war,
We find ourselves in World War III.
fear,
Use nuclear weapons.
corruption,
I intend to resign.
and division reign.
Tariffs on Canada.
Propaganda and censorship cloud the truth,
You won't. You will not reach a peace deal.
labeling people as extreme, right-winged, leaving us confused and alone.
Trees.
Didn't look like there was any hope.
No more. Cornerstone Forum is coming back for a second year. No longer are we conforming to the pattern of this world. We are a diverse community that is unwilling to comply with every wind and wave of doctrine, a beacon of hope surrounded by darkness. You are not alone. Join us May 10th at Cornerstone Forum. We are stronger together.
Years after the madness that was the COVID-19 pandemic, we are coming to grips with the reality of what happened to our nation and its peoples. Canadian was pitted against Canadian. Health services was pitted against patients. Common sense was thrown out the window, along with decades of scientific research and policy. Why?
I also seen families and marriages blown apart because of this.
Most alarmingly, we enacted policies that were almost purposefully designed to harm our children. Why? In 2024, a group of proud Albertans tried to answer this question by convening the first An Injection of Truth conference in Calgary. Many of the greatest voices attended and brought awareness to the issues surrounding medical freedom in Canada. Many things have changed since then. The boot of censorship is lifted, and Canadians are hearing new evidence for the first time. In many Western regions, including Alberta, recommendations have even been made to ban mRNA injections.
We always have to make sure that in a world where we care about science, that all voices are heard. That's what science is. You actually hear different viewpoints so that you can make solid decisions on what you hear. And I think restoring the right of doctors to be able to speak their minds without punishment from their colleges, I think that's going to be important too. Otherwise, politicians will make bad decisions. So this is the kind of approach you should probably expect from me, that I will always seek out contrarian voices just to make sure I make the best decisions. Well, anyone who doesn't think that science is a process of point counterpoint and then being able to synthesize information is somebody who doesn't believe in science. So I know there's been a narrative, and a narrative has been enforced by shouting down contrarian voices, and that's not what we're going to do. We're going to listen to every voice, and we're going to make our best assessment based on what we're seeing with the evidence. And the evidence has changed. The information that we've had over time and what we were told at the beginning is a little bit different than what we're hearing today, and so we've got to adjust to that.
If we don't have science, if we can't talk about science, if we can't openly debate science, as is not possible at the moment in Canada, then where are we? Who is the arbiter of truth?
Canadians have led the charge to ensure that public health remains science-based, with the safety of the patient remaining paramount.
There's talks in pretty much every country around the world about the potential to criminalize misinformation, fine scientists and physicians, fire scientists and physicians if they provide misinformation. But we know that the mRNA vaccines can get into human breast milk, and therefore we have infants who are consuming undefined doses of these mRNA vaccines. These were never approved for that route of administration, nor to be administered to infants. And yet we now know that is happening. And if it can get into human breast milk, who's to say that they couldn't get into the milk, meat, and eggs that we consume? There needs to be an immediate moratorium on mRNA vaccine technology until the very many legitimate scientific questions that have come up about this technology over the last 2 years can be definitively answered. And I'd just like to end with this. So the country that I come from does not allow open discussion about the science underpinning COVID-19. But what was allowed yesterday was uncensored, open, and honest discussion of the hard, objective data underpinning COVID-19 policies. And I would like to thank these MEPs for allowing us to do that. Thank you.
Now it's time for An Injection of Truth 2.0, Healing Humanity. So many individuals and families have been devastated by the tyrannical measures enacted during and even after the COVID lockdowns. At An Injection of Truth 2.0, we give them a voice. Scott Crawford has been an Alberta paramedic since 1989.
We're trained to look at subtle clues. And when I was looking at some of these statistics, that indicated that the virus was not, this pandemic, was not really any different than any of the flu that we might have. As the vaccine mandates began to roll out, I'm looking for more information, because what we were being told by Alberta Health Services and on the media did not align with my personal experience and with the core numbers that I was looking at. But the one thing that I can tell you that happened is life for all of us became much more difficult. This is with social distancing, masking, schools being closed, us being told to avoid loved ones, our access to assisted and long-term care facilities being frustrated or restricted, businesses being closed, and yeah, all of those items.
Marielle Watson is a seniors lodge attendant.
When the COVID pandemic started, I was employed at a seniors lodge, and my role there was a lodge attendant and working in the kitchen and serving the residents. and I chose to not get the COVID-19 vaccine and submitted a religious exemption, and that was accepted from November 1st, 2021, and by November 22nd, 2021, I received an email stating that they needed more proof that my faith was genuine. You could just tell in their tone, voice, or their reaction. They all knew that we were unvaccinated, so some of them just looked at us as we shouldn't be there kind of thing. And so it was a little tough at first.
Anonymous Paramedic is a paramedic in emergency medical services with over 15 years of experience working on ambulances.
Fear was pretty heightened in the healthcare setting. Like, I know in a lot of hospitals, they were practicing dealing with COVID patients in like negative pressure rooms. They were always practicing masking, donning and doffing personal protective equipment. So during the start of the so-called COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, I did not do a single ambulance transport within the first 2 weeks when the pandemic was announced by the government. Then the experimental mRNA genetic expression product for COVID-19 was announced as a vaccine. And the rumors have started to swirl that it would become mandatory in the workplace. Given my ability to critically think for myself and with the science background I have from university, I became highly suspicious of this so-called new vaccine that has never been used before on the human population. I made my concerns known to fellow co-workers on social media, and then I had my personal character and reputation brutally attacked. I even had an EMS supervisor say that they lost all respect for me. Other paramedics in my industry tried to convince me that the experimental mRNA vaccine technology was safe given their own educational background in immunology or other. However, I wasn't convinced with their arguments. The bullying and harassment against other paramedics, including myself, was something I'd never witnessed before. Even some hospital staff were saying that if someone refused to get a COVID-19 vaccine, then they should be denied health care. I found this to be quite outrageous, because healthcare is paid for by the taxpayer. And discrimination should never be allowed in our hospitals. Then some co-workers were saying those who do not do their part and get vaccinated should lose their job. And this was a popular position that seemed to be supported by our union heads. I looked around and thought that people around me were going insane. Then I learned about mass formation psychosis and came to the conclusion that many people in the healthcare profession are probably suffering from this phenomenon because of all the COVID propaganda. And it did make me think a lot about Nazi Germany, to be quite honest, and all those who went along with the Third Reich just to get along. Then they want to know why we have a staffing crisis, but they won't look at their own behavior and conduct, unfortunately.
Chris Gordillo is a family physician from Spruce Grove, Alberta, with over 2,000 patients.
My name is Dr. Chris Gordillo. I'm a family physician from Spruce Grove, Alberta. I'm a family doctor. I have about 2,000 plus patients. After the COVID vaccine was released, I started seeing a lot of increased in medical health issues with my patients. There were some other doctors talking about some potential side effects of these things, and I was noticing these in my own patients. And as we were talking about these things, people just kept saying, oh no, they're not from the vaccine, and all sorts of excuses. And I had them where it's just, there's a temporal effect where you just saw the vaccine and then instantly they had some clot or some other side effect. And so there was something happening, and that stuff was being suppressed. And the thing that really changed was when they started having all doctors get vaccinated. And they were being told that you either get the jab to keep your job or you lose your job, right? So these things were very tyrannical in a sense. And as we discovered more and more, we saw that there was things going on behind the scenes that, okay, there's reasons why these things were being forced heavily onto people. Part of this healing process is just being honest, telling the truth, right? And there's, in this life, you can be governed by fear or you can be governed by truth. And I'm a Bible-believing Christian. And I say, let God be true and every man a liar. God hasn't given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind.
Wendy Lineker is a legal assistant. During COVID, she was a Dynalife lab technician.
I lost my job, and 14 years of my life went down the drain. Nothing to show for it. My name is Wendy Lineker. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta. I worked for what used to be Life Medical Labs for 14 years. I was ultimately fired April 18 of 2022. And it was because I refused to be vaccinated. I literally put myself out, like literally, like no gas money, no money for food. Like we're talking craft dinner for 2 weeks so I could talk to this lawyer. And I paid the money and I talked to this guy. And that was when I literally felt like I had been hit in the diaphragm. I was winded. I was told, he's like, I'm terribly sorry that nobody's told you this up to this point. You have no rights. You never did. And you've spent a whole bunch of money for nothing because there's nothing you can do. And I remember being on the phone with him and I was sick as a dog. And I said to him, like, now what? Like, really, now what? And he literally told me, this lawyer literally told me, public outcry. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're a lawyer and you're telling me to take this public? And he goes, yeah, I am. He goes, especially in this province, there seems to be quite the movement going on for people in your position. And somebody might pick up your story and it could hit them the way that it's hit me. I'm doing this because I have nothing left to lose. I've exhausted all my other avenues, and quite frankly, I don't feel like there's anything more they can do to me.
So who will give Wendy a voice? Who will step up and protect hardworking, honest Canadians from such treachery in the future? You're here with us now, with regular Canadians as well as world experts in the fields of medical freedom and political justice. We've seen a true grassroots medical freedom movement take root amongst our southern neighbors.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Let's make sure we grasp this opportunity to right the wrongs, to right the ship. An injection of truth 2.0. Your body, your province, your choice.
Well, I'm John Campbell, extending a warm welcome from a cold north of England to all those in Calgary. Sorry I can't be there in person, but maybe this talk is slightly better than nothing. And thanks to David Speicher, Dr. David Speicher, for giving me this opportunity. Now, your conference is well named. We all need an injection of truth. Because as scientists, we believe in the existence of an external objective reality. We believe that this reality is testable as we strive towards empirical reality. Sadly, as has been the case so often in human history, truth risks being converted into a narrative, a stream of suggestions and thoughts that serve the purposes of vested interests. This often results in a move away from objective truth to little more than propaganda. People with power and influence have often subjugated those around them to ensure they are incorporated into ideas and systems which would not withstand empirical analysis. Those in powerful positions have multiple modalities by which they promote their influence and narrative. Carrots are often offered, sticks threatened, or actually used to inflict real injuries. Who knows? Maybe some of these historical realities have been repeated over the past 5 years. Some, meanwhile, have stood tall. refused the bribe of the carrot, defied the pain of the stick. Many more have sadly capitulated to the propaganda narrative. Many have simply trusted their overlords and quietly conformed. I suspect some at this conference are those who have indeed stood tall. We feel free, with the Apostle Paul, to test all things. We do have a body of scientific knowledge. We do have analytical techniques. If we find conflict between dictated narrative and the nature of reality, perhaps this conference is a good place to illuminate those discrepancies. Your conference is well named, Healing Humanity. Sadly, we look out on a sea of human pain, suffering and death. Some of this is innate to the human condition. Some is the result of human actions. There is something special about human life. I think your presence today at this conference indicate you believe in this sanctity of life. We choose to use our skills, knowledge, science, medicine and public policies to identify that which is causing our species to suffer. We feel free to ask fundamental questions like, when does human life begin? When does it end? How should it end? We use our lifelong learning to construct plans and interventions that can promote health and aid healing. We use our analytical, scientific skills to evaluate the effectiveness of what we do. We then disseminate this knowledge as far as current constraints allow us. We may not heal all of humanity, but we can bring truth to light, and in doing so, help many, many people. Have a great conference.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad LaForge, and I'm honored to be here tonight representing the UCP Provincial Board. Tonight I'm joined by several of my fellow board members who've traveled from across the province to be here with you. Unfortunately, Rob Smith is unable to attend tonight in person due to illness, but he's joining us online, so you get me for 2 minutes. From the very beginning, the UCP board has stood in support with Calgary Lougheed and the Injection of Truth initiative. We firmly believe that healing begins with open, honest conversations where all voices are heard and respected. I also believe that God's love knows no division between vaccinated and unvaccinated. But he does call on us to show acceptance, understanding, and compassion for one another, no matter our differences. With that in mind, please join me in prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together tonight to listen, to learn, and to find healing. We ask that you bless our speakers and the work they do, and guide this conversation with wisdom and kindness. We lift up those who have been hurt by the mRNA vaccines. Please bring them comfort, strength, and healing. Let this discussion open hearts and minds and leading us to truth, understanding, and hope. These past few years have been tough on all of us. We pray for healing, not just for our bodies, but for our hearts, our relationships, and our world. Bring us back together stronger and more compassionate than before. Even in the hardest times, we believe in the power of hope. We trust that brighter days are ahead, that healing is possible, and that the love will always be greater than fear. Thank you for walking with us through it all. In Jesus' name, amen. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Eric Bouchard, MLA for Calgary Lougheed.
A few years ago, on a Saturday afternoon, I was downtown Calgary protesting mandates in the pouring rain with maybe around 50 people out there. I felt alone and on a very small island. Thankfully, that island has grown. The protests grew. The truckers showed up and mandates were dropped. Isolation transformed into connection, and together we have moved mountains. Look at all the people here tonight. Some may be here for different reasons, but I'm pretty sure we're all here for one common goal, and that's the search for truth. Welcome everyone to an Injection of Truth 2.0. My name's Eric Bouchard, and I'm the proud MLA for Calgary-Lougheed. We have a saying in Calgary-Lougheed, we win people over one conversation at a time. There's never been a more important time to have this conversation. We have an incredible group of speakers here this evening, including Dr. Gary Davidson, author of the recent report, Alberta's COVID-19 Pandemic Response. I'd like to thank Premier Danielle Smith for commissioning Dr. Gary and for releasing this report. After viewing the report the first time, I called on Cabinet to immediately pause mRNA injections for healthy children and pregnant women. Now, having read the report more in depth, I urge Cabinet to immediately halt these mRNA injections for healthy children and pregnant women. I did invite every member of caucus to attend this evening, and I'd like to acknowledge those MLAs who are here tonight. We've got the MLA for Calgary Fish Creek, Miles McDougall. MLA for Lacombe, Pinoka, Jennifer Johnson. MLA for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, Scott Sear. And MLA for Red Deer South, Mr. Jason Steffen. I'd also like to welcome former MLA for Cypress Medicine Hat, Drew Barnes. To my colleagues, it is so important that we take this conversation back to the legislature, back to the 90% of the other elected members. There are over 140 volunteers that contributed to this night, and I just want to give a quick thank you to all of them, because without all of their hard work and commitment, this event is not happening. So thank you very much. At the beginning of Lord of the Rings, Frodo and Sam are on their own in the vast world, feeling small and isolated. As the journey unfolds, more characters join them, and their mission grows in scope and impact. Eventually, the group evolves into a fellowship, where isolation is replaced by a sense of community and purpose. Our once small and isolated community has expanded into a large one. You're not on a small island anymore. We continue to grow and develop deeper connections. People do not risk their careers, public image, or even their lives for a lie. I thank all of you for standing up, for staying curious, for asking questions, for speaking out, and most importantly, for not giving up. I want to give a special thank you to my loving wife, Roxanne, and my family for your unwavering support. Roxanne's here tonight, and please clap. Roxanne's joined here with my mother-in-law, Bonnie, and my youngest son, Tyler. Thank you guys, and I love you so much. Hey, there you are. Before I end, I'm going to introduce a dear friend. But first, I have to make a little mention. Someone's birthday is here, is celebrating a birthday tonight, and he's very happy that 600 people showed up to celebrate. I'm not a great singer, so I'm going to need a lot of help. The birthday boy, please come on out. Dr. David Speicher. Who wants to sing? Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you. for the first speaker of the night, Dr. Speicher, a happy birthday as well, the honorary Calgary White Hat.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would not be standing here this evening as the MLA for Calgary-Lougheed if it weren't for a number of loyal friends who share the vision for a strong and free Alberta. One of these people I met at the beginning of my journey when my business was shut down and I was looking for other business owners to connect with. He came into my life by no coincidence, and we become great friends, and I think we make a pretty good partnership. He's a freedom fighter with a big heart, a tireless hard worker, and a guy with a whole lot to say. He loves the microphone and is darn good at it, and now it's his turn to have it. Please join with me to welcome the president of the Calgary-Lougheed UCP Constituency Association and my great friend, Mr. Darrell Komick.
Aloha! Okay, so a lot of first-timers. We'll try it one more time. You clearly need to use your diaphragm. Aloha! Okay, now you realize there's 26,000 people viewing you live online right now. I'd like to welcome everybody to an Injection of Truth 2.0. Internally, we call it 3.0, but that's another story. Healing humanity. In our opening video today, we had 4 testimonials from 4 amazing Albertans who stepped up and spoke out. You have to realize that this is in direct line with persecution everywhere you go. To speak the truth is unpopular, particularly when the truth is not the narrative of mainstream media or the federal government. You're not surprised I'm saying that, for those of you who know me, because I say it all the time. But what you have to know is healing is more important than being mad. And I've been mad, I've been angry, I've been upset. I try not to take it out on people, so I take it out on myself. But we got to get to a point of healing humanity, and that's where today's theme comes in. We have 140 volunteers who made tonight possible. Let's give them a big round of applause. And for us in Calgary-Lougheed, we have the best MLA anyone could have in Eric Bouchard. Give him a round of applause too. Eric takes more body shots from the media than anybody I know, and he does it willingly. And when we mean we were welcome to have a conversation one person at a time, we really mean that. And that's what this is for us. This is a giant conversation that ultimately will be shared with 2.5 million people. Our talent tonight is first rate. You will hear experts, they will share stories, but more importantly, you are going to hear facts, real live data from people who know what they're talking about, and we're not paid to come here to say it. That's what's fascinating. So there's 4 pillars of healing that we want you to listen for tonight. The first one is you have to acknowledge that there is a problem. I think most people in this room understand there is a problem, but there is this deafening silence. The second point is we need to have all the information to make an informed decision and to have informed consent. That's essential. The third is, how do we create an emotional healing for those that are traumatized by lockdowns and long COVID? How do we do that? And the fourth, of course, is how do we make ourselves whole? And that's going to be a lot of self-work. Tonight, we're going to move quickly, and the person that's going to take care of that tonight is our moderator from the Shawn Newman podcast, Mr. Shawn Newman.
Thanks, Darrell.
Thank you.
I keep getting notes thrown at me here as I come walking out. So before I forget, no filming or any cameras while speakers are on stage, okay, folks? That's been security's #1 thing they've told me 6 times, so I'm going to make sure I don't forget it. And the first go around we did this, it went a long time for anyone sitting in the stands. If you're online, you can go to the bathroom, etc., stretch your legs whenever you want. So close to the 8 o'clock hour, depending how we do with keeping the time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So just so everybody's aware, that's going to be coming. Now, good evening. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to get asked back to an Injection of Truth, Healing of Humanity Town Hall. My name is Shawn Newman. I host the Shawn Newman podcast right here in Alberta. And I'll be your MC for tonight. I first want to start with, I think it's pretty cool what Darrell and Eric, just a touch nervous. Come on, folks, we got a packed house here. It's an honor for them to ask me again. Honestly, somebody said, oh, you drove in a long ways, 5 hours from Lloydminster. I'm like, are you kidding me? Wouldn't miss this, you know? I don't know about you, but I don't know of another constituency in Alberta doing this, or in Canada. So what you have going on here, Calgary Lougheed, needs a little bit more than that clap. I want to give one more for Darrell, Eric, and the team here at Calgary Lougheed. Now, to any cabinet members here tonight or watching online, you're about to hear undeniable evidence from some of the most qualified voices in our country and abroad. These are truths that can't be ignored, and I challenge you to take this information and carry it back to your offices and act with courage like Calgary Lougheed's showing tonight. Stop the injection of the mRNA shots immediately. The truth demands it, and so do the people you serve. And I know everybody's excited to get the speakers, but if I have 30 more seconds. Earlier this year, I came across a quote that hits where I am on my journey today. It said, God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. And I can safely say when I started this podcast back in 2019, I wasn't thinking about here. But the conversations, the stories, and the truths that I've uncovered has led me here to stand in front of you tonight. And while that quote rings true for me, I can tell you I got to sit with Denis Rancourt and Dr. Martin today, and I was sitting there just like, this is something, you know? And they're going to be speaking to you tonight, and I just like, Calgary Lougheed has brought in the qualified. As Ayn Rand once said, the truth is not for all men, but only for those who seek it. And tonight you're going to hear from those who have sought it relentlessly. And with that, let's introduce our first speaker. The first speaker is a Canadian molecular virologist and clinical epidemiologist with over 20 years of experience in infectious diseases, diagnostics, and surveillance. He's earned his PhD in virology from Griffith University in Australia. He gained international attention in 2023 for his research with DNA contamination in Pfizer and Moderna mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, pointing to high levels of plasmid DNA in the presence of an SV40 promoter enhancer in Pfizer's vaccine. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. David Speicher.
Thank you, Calgary. It's time to wake up the lions throughout Canada. Wow, my nerves are now gone. Thank you, Eric and Darrell. I'm like in the backstage, headphones on, nervous, and I'm like, now I'm fine. All righty, turn her on. Wow. So we've all been told by our government's Health Canada these things. The vaccines are safe and effective. The vaccines have saved thousands of lives. They remain at the site of injection. It just contains mRNA, no DNA, no SV40. It's the genetic material won't enter the nucleus. It's simple, not bioactive, and they don't cause increased cancer. Well, if we look at an early interview with Dr.
Dina Henshaw and Dr. Rillo, they were asked about the whole biodistribution thing at a town hall, and responded, Ed, when the mRNA, along with all other intermuscular vaccines, are injected into the arm, the vaccine and the cells remain at the site of injection. There is no evidence, and we would not expect that the vaccine itself or any of the components would make it into the breast milk. Let's look at what the science actually says. I'm a scientist, I'm about facts. So, up here, we know in mouse studies, the mRNA vaccines will cross the placenta within 1 hour and be found in the fetal circulation, and it could accumulate in fetal tissues, and it has been found in milk. Now, I have personally examined 44 vials of the vaccine, 32 in Canada. This is the data. And yes, in our vials, PCR-wise, the loads are below the 10 nanograms per dose cutoff. This is all fragmented DNA. It's all inside the lipid nanoparticles. And to all of the early vials of Pfizer have significantly increased adverse events. It could be because of the buffer or something else. Now, all of the guidelines for the vaccines are for naked DNA vaccines, not for DNA within lipid nanoparticles. We know lipid nanoparticles inject mRNA and DNA directly into the cells. The size for fragments should be less than 200 base pairs. And one thing of this, because of time, I'll keep things short. FDA and the guidelines in 1986 were 10 picograms per dose of plasmid DNA. In 1996, the levels were increased to 10 nanograms per dose, and in 2003, WHO gave plasmid DNA privilege status so that the acceptable levels could be leaned in. So at the 1996 levels, which are here, we can see all of ours are above the historical level. Now, we know from 1999 David Dean's research, if you take 3 to 10 DNA fragments injected, transfected into a cell via a lipid nanoparticle, it's just a DNA fragment with a 72 base pair enhancer on it, that piece of DNA will move in a non-dividing cell with an intact nuclear envelope, will move into the nucleus and could potentially, has been shown to insert itself into the human genome. It's been known since 1999, and it has been used against us. Now, how many here have heard about what's going on in Australia? It's been big. I looked at 3 of their vials. All of them, PCR-wise, is way over the 10 nanograms per dose. And based on thermometry, it's even higher. And this here caused or led to Adrian McRae in Port Hedland calling for a council meeting to vote and support this work, and said every councillor must note my report on those vials. They're all above the TGA limits, and this needs to be looked at. TGA came back October and then said it's nothing but misinformation, small sample size, not a accredited lab. And we, a bunch of us, wrote back and addressed all of their allegations and false and misleading claims. And we found, too, that the TGA staff acknowledged that DNA integration into the genome is possible. The TGA knows that the SVV40 enhancer promoter in the Pfizer vaccine can drag DNA into the nucleus of the cells, and it was not disclosed to any of the regulators. The TGA's response was a 1-page. We gave 14 pages of facts back. So, where's their facts? I would like to see them, because I haven't. Now, what about the brand new boosters? Well, last fall, an Irish doctor sent me 6 vials from Ireland, including the brand new JN1 booster. Has it been cleaned up? Is it any better? Pfizer has been pushed on this thing of DNA SV40 for the past 2 years. I tested the vials. It's a plug-and-play plasmid system, which is a round DNA ring, and the part you want in, you shove in. You don't want it, change it to something else. SV40 is still there. The DNA is still way above the limits. This is the 10 nanogram. On the left is a linear scale for visualization. On the right is a log, which most scientists would use. This is the historical DNA from the 1980s. This is the current one. This is all for naked DNA, not DNA in a lipid nanoparticle, and it's all above. I looked at as well 2 new Canadian vials I picked up. They're just as bad across the whole board. Now, so if we compare the Irish versus the Canadian, Australians are still up. It's there. Now, red is Spike, Ori is blue, green is the SV40. It's 3 parts on the plasmid. Depending on which part you test for, you get a different response based on the way that plasmid was digested. So sometimes spikes higher or he's down, SV40 is up. Still there, still bad. It's not been changed, and these things should be pulled off the market. DNA in the shots is not the only harmful thing. The LNPs and the Speicher both toxic. There is N1 methyl pseudouridine in there. It's a plastic-like RNA. It's also cancer causing. It causes ribosomal frame shifting, which means the spike itself is not always full intact in there. Sometimes it's short pieces, half, sometimes it's full like, and that makes a off-target immune response, which none of us really want. There's lipid adducts, there's double-stranded RNA, DNA, RNA, hybrids. The more ways we look at these vaccines, the more ways we find in which these can cause harm. Now, well, what about if this is passed on to our kids? I am and my team just getting ethics approval to compare sperm cells in both vaxxed and unvaxxed to see, is this being passed on to our offspring or is it not? If it is, and it's in a sperm cell, if that cell makes an egg, well, meets a egg, makes a offspring, every cell in that body has the code to make spike. Will it? We don't know. I don't think in our lifetime we'll see the full extent of the harms caused by these vaccines. Therefore, as you've all known, seen the Davidson report, I and Dr. Bridle were a co-author on this, and so it called for a government investigation as to what occurred in the pandemic, what info did the government know. We need a return to evidence-based science, evidence-based healthcare, and not narrative pushing healthcare. We need as well a government inquiry with subpoena powers. We need PCR testing only on people with symptoms and not driving a case-demic. And open information, open informed consent. Our mainstream media has not argued against us with facts. I've heard nothing of facts from Timothy Caulfield, AMA, nothing. All they come up with are cartoons like this that shows us as a monster. And as I say, if they only have ad hominem attacks, you have to own it. I love to fish, and I guess that's me. So you just have to smile and laugh and roll with the punches. Now, on a more serious note, this is what our government agencies have told us. And one thing is for certain, we know they lied. Three weeks ago, Australia, based on my work on the vials and a multifaceted David and Goliath fight, Australia launched the David Declaration, which calls for a return to evidence-based medical science, a moratorium on the mRNA vaccines, and support for all those who are vaccine injured. Following Australia's steps, the North Group has sent my research and concern on the DNA and the SV40 as of last week to 22 nations, the heads of the governments, and Canada is on the list, and that includes Dr. Mark Trozzi and myself. Last month as well, Kevin McKernan, Jessica Rose, myself, Maria Gucci, following Katie Ashby Coppins and Julian Gillespie filed a citizens petition to the FDA, and so far it's got 268 people who have wrote in against this and want mRNA banned in the States and worldwide. So, what are we doing here in Canada? Well, this week, Canadian Citizens Care Alliance is launching in the next 48 hours this letter and is calling on our government of Canada and all of the provinces and medical health officers for a ban on mRNA technology and a moratorium on the COVID vaccines. The tides are turning and the evidence is piling up and they can't ignore it anymore. So, in summary, much of what we have been told is not real. We must follow evidence-based science. We must call for a stop to these shots, a halt on things like gain-of-function research, mRNA technology, and definitely no more gene therapy forced upon people without proper informed consent. And thus, there's so many vaccine injured out there. All of them need our support. They need to be recognized. And I've talked with Maxime Bernier, and I am running in Hamilton Centre as a PPC candidate, and we will make this a federal election issue in Canada. Last point. So, in close, I love this verse. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. for the Lord your God is with you. And I encourage all of you, if you've lost your job for not getting vaxxed, if you are vaccine injured at all, stand up. You have a voice, you have a right, and your story needs to be told. And if that is told and science is followed, we as a society and humanity can start to heal. Thank you, Calgary.
Dr. David Speicher. I just found out in the back that he started taking his shoes off the first show here. It grounds him, I don't know, it makes him electric, I guess. It's fantastic. Thanks, Dr. Speicher. The next speaker is a Canadian physicist and former professor at the University of Ottawa, where he taught over 20 years. He holds a PhD in physics from the University of Toronto and has published over 100 peer-reviewed scientific articles. His research, based on all-cause mortality, data shows there was no viral pandemic and attributes excess deaths to government policies, medical protocols, and vaccines rather than the virus. Please give a warm welcome to Denis Rancourt.
That should be on, right? Nothing's happening. Yeah, that's on. All right, first slide, please. Yeah, that's an obvious one. Okay, this is the short title of my presentation, Mortality. And I do forensic epidemiology. That's what I do. I try to get to the bottom of what's happening on the basis of data. Oh, I'm supposed to click, which way do I click? There it is. That's the fancy title of the presentation. And that's your speaker. And this is just to say that I had the occasion to talk with this gentleman, and I had the occasion to... I was able to express some of my more radical ideas, and he was able to hear them, and I think I may have had a small influence on some of his thinking, so I'm very happy about that. And this is the nonprofit organization that I do all my work with, and with various scientists and so on. So all of our research is there. The two main people who have been involved in this presentation and the data that I'll be showing are Marine Baudin and Joseph Hickey. And we have a large website where we have many large reports, hundreds of pages each report. And so far, in the COVID area, we have done 24 detailed science reports. Some of them are like 400 pages. Lots of graphs, lots of things. It's just an enormous amount of data, which even government scientists are not looking at, but they should be looking at it because it's very important. And this is a plan of the presentation. Very quickly, I'll talk about Canada, the Canadian data, mortality, and so on. I'll move on to Alberta, and I'll give you some conclusions. And this is the type of data that I've been analyzing. Mortality, so-called COVID death, assigned death due to COVID by the government, various kinds of causes of death, and socioeconomic parameters, that more than 70 of them, to try and understand what's happening at the same time as these excess deaths. And I'll start with Canada, and this is for the international viewers, just to position things. And this is, to start with, someone we all know. Theresa Tam wrote a scientific article in which she claimed, with her co-authors, that they had, by their measures, saved approximately 1 million lives in Canada. And we wrote a paper, this is graphs on the paper here. Okay, so we wrote a paper showing that Theresa Tam's conclusions are complete fabulation. There is no way that they averted 1 million deaths. that would be equivalent to a world war in Canada on Canadian soil. So it's just crazy. That is nonsense right there, and we prove that mathematically. And so now this is the kind of data that I'm going to be telling you about. It's mortality data. So we're just counting deaths. It's something all countries do. They do it very well. You know when someone dies, how old they were, where they died, and on a per week basis, you look at this all-cause mortality, and this is for some of the large provinces in Canada, and you see that it has a seasonal pattern up and down. There are more deaths in the winter, and guess what? Scientists don't really know in detail why that is. Okay, there's a lot of conflicting theories and so on, but that is still something that is not completely understood. These dashed lines here are, these dashed lines represent the declared start of the COVID pandemic, so-called pandemic. That's the declared end of the pandemic. Right after the start of the pandemic, there was this huge peak in excess mortality that is in some provinces, Ontario and Quebec especially, but it did not occur in Alberta. And this is the Canadian data, but now on a per age group basis. So older people die more, you can see that here. And this is to show that we've studied all these socioeconomic parameters with very sophisticated statistical techniques to look at correlations and things like that to understand what is, we're trying to understand. We're doing forensics, we're trying to see what's going on. This is to show that in Quebec, Montreal had this huge peak of excess mortality. They were killing elderly people in hospitals and care homes. As soon as they announced the beginning of the pandemic, it was like giving a free hand to all these medically eager staff who decided that, you know, there was this pandemic and we have to do something to help them. And the something they did actually killed an awful lot of people. So those deaths occurred only in Montreal. Everywhere else in Quebec, there are no deaths of that type. The same happened in Toronto, but virtually nowhere else in Ontario. New York City had these kinds of deaths, but almost none everywhere else in the US, and so on. So this is right away we said that is, a virus doesn't wait for you to announce a pandemic and then decide to start killing people. That's ridiculous. This is a political decision, and it has political consequences, and that's the consequence in mortality. And so we showed that. And now I want to show you how the method works. You've got all-cause mortality in light blue. The dark blue there is our clever theory to propagate what the mortality should have been into the future. So we're using the reference period of 2015 to 2019, and then we project forward what mortality should have been, and it's lower than what it actually was. And the difference is what we call the excess mortality in brown below there. And you can project back as well, and you can see that our theoretical understanding, our modeling is very good. This is a technique that we developed, and that's excess mortality on the bottom there. You can see this little, there's a lot of detail here. See that little peak? That's a heat wave that occurred in BC, and it killed people. That's the kind of thing you can see in this kind of data. So now you can also see winters that are more severe and winters that are less severe before the COVID period starts here, and then you see all this excess mortality. So this is a blow-up of that excess mortality. This is excess mortality, mortality that should not have occurred, that would not have occurred if they hadn't declared a pandemic, in my view, having studied all of this, per week, as a function of time here. And what you see is that first peak one, which is that killing of elderly people in care homes and so on. This is a peak that happened the first winter when they had horrible lockdowns. Then we start vaccinating. So the doses 1 and 2 cause peaks. That's the heat wave in BC. This is the first booster that came out. The first booster was rolled out very quickly, and it coincides with a very sharp peak in excess mortality. And we see this in almost 100 countries around the world. So they rolled out the first boosters simultaneously in both the northern and the southern hemisphere. They did it quickly, military style, and you see this peak everywhere where they did it. So that's very clear proof that we've demonstrated that there's an association there. Then the second booster, they rolled out more slowly, so you get this rise. As soon as they leave the hospital and they finish putting out the boosters, you get a drop in mortality. Then they come up with a third booster, and then you get a drop when they're done. And so there's this sawtooth pattern that coincides, that is synchronous with the rollout of boosters. That's what you see in the excess mortality. You can express that excess mortality as what we call a P-score, which is a percentage of the deaths that normally would have occurred that week in this jurisdiction, the percentage of death that occurs. So this is what it looks like for Canada. This is what it looks like blown up and compared to the actual vaccine rollouts. Every time they finish rolling out a vaccine, you get a drop here. And when they stop killing people in the old folks' home because they've done enough, you get a drop. And when the winter's over and they loosen up on the lockdowns, you get a drop, and then they start vaccinating. So you can see that there's a relationship between the excess mortality and the vaccination. This is the excess mortality for Canada, but for the age group 0 to 44 years. And you can see that as soon as you start, you declare the pandemic, you rise up to a higher level of excess mortality. And then beyond the official pandemic, it just stays there. This is what we call persistent excess mortality, and we see it in all the Western countries. The Western countries continue to have excess mortality beyond the end of the pandemic. This is the same thing shown on a different scale. Actually, it wasn't the same thing. It was for the 65 to 84-year-olds. This is for the 85-plus-year-olds. Now, this is very important. This is excess mortality, so mortality that shouldn't have occurred compared to the zero line here. For 85-plus-year-olds, that big peak in Canada. Now, notice this. After you get a peak, it comes down below zero. After you get a peak, it comes down below zero. After you get a peak, it comes down below zero. That's called the dry tinder effect. What that means is you so aggressively killed people in that peak that there's no people left to kill immediately after. They die less. So this is a forensic demonstration that these were assaults against elderly people. This is the proof that these were clearly assaults. And so after this wave of death, there's just less people to die in the coming weeks at that age. Okay? This is to show that you can actually quantify all of this. So in Canada, it's 81.6 thousand excess deaths during the COVID period alone. And after the COVID period, you continue to have about 26,000 deaths per year of excess mortality. It just continues, okay? We'll do the same thing for Alberta in a minute. Okay, this is a comparison between the all-cause mortality, the excess all-cause mortality, and the government-claimed COVID deaths in black. And what we see is if you take the difference, they agree when they're saying that these are COVID deaths because they were respiratory deaths because they were elderly people, and when you stress out and assault elderly people, they usually die of respiratory pneumonia. So there's a coincidence there. And then you get a situation over here where this brown line is negative, which means there are far more COVID deaths declared than actual excess mortality. Okay? So they're declaring more COVID deaths. So what that would have to mean, if you want to believe them, is that the COVID is causing the other causes not to cause death. Okay, that's the situation you get in. And then later on, they admit they're not declaring COVID deaths anymore, but you continue to have these spikes in excess mortality that are temporally associated with all the rollouts that just continue. Okay, that's what's going on there. Then you can calculate the number of years of life lost that correspond to this excess mortality. You can do it on a per week basis for males in Canada. You can do it for females in Canada. You can calculate the total. And in Canada, 1.5 million years of life were lost because the government assaulted us. In Alberta alone, 315,000 years of life were lost in the COVID period. In Alberta, the P-score, which is the percent higher death compared to normal, is almost 15%. It is the highest in Canada. No other province has such a high number. So these are these high P-scores for the different provinces. Here's Alberta. Saskatchewan is also high. Newfoundland is also high. All the other provinces are lower. Why is that? Well, let me show you a graph, another graph. This is the GDP per person in the energy and mining sectors for the provinces. And so you have high values for Alberta and Saskatchewan and Netherlands, only those. That's where all the big excess deaths were. You shut down an economy where a lot of people are working and their lives depend on it, and a lot of people die. So now, more specifically in Alberta, this is what the by age mortality looks like. This is what it looks like if you normalize it to the number of people in that age. So the older you are, the more chance you have of dying in the coming year. I'm sure you know that. But it actually follows a mathematical law, an exponential law that's been known for about 100 years, and there still is not a good scientific explanation as to why that law and why the doubling time of that death is about 10 years. So just to show you that science doesn't know everything. This is the quantitative method for Alberta. This is what the excess mortality looks like for Alberta. So you notice that there isn't that peak at the beginning. So Alberta did not viciously kill elderly people right when the pandemic was announced, okay? They waited a bit. And in the first winter, they had vicious protocols and lockdowns and everything, and it really was a disaster here, this big peak. This is what it looks like compared to the vaccine rollouts. This is what it looks like compared to Ontario. So Ontario and Alberta can be compared in detail. There's some really important differences. I don't really have time to go through it, but this is the comparison between Ontario and Alberta for the age group 0 to 44-year-olds. And this is where you see that in this age group, the death rate in Alberta is much, much higher than anywhere else in Canada, and Ontario in particular. It can even reach 100% per week during the COVID period. This is now for the 85-plus-year-olds, where you can really compare what was done to the more elderly people. And now I looked at municipalities in Alberta, and I found that these three, St. Albert, Spruce Grove, Airdrie, did not experience a pandemic. There was no excess mortality there. So when you lived in a nice home in one of these neighborhoods and you sit and do Zoom calls and order things in and have a nice life, you don't die from this pandemic. The virus doesn't go to your house, okay? Now, this is a comparison between excess mortality by year in Alberta and the declared COVID deaths. So the first slide is for all ages together. The next slide is for 65-plus-year-olds. So you see that in the first 2 years of the declared pandemic, there's agreement between what I'll call respiratory deaths, what they're calling COVID deaths, and the total excess mortality. Then if you go to younger age groups, you see that there's a lot of causes of death other than COVID necessarily. And if you go to the really young age groups, like 18 to 44-year-olds, there's virtually no declared COVID deaths, according to the government, yet a huge death rate for these young people, 1,000 deaths per year extra that should not have occurred. If you go down to even the 0 to 17-year-olds, you still have about 100 extra deaths per year that you shouldn't have that cannot be due to COVID, according to the government's own data. So what is causing these deaths? That's the question. So I want to just pause and read this very important statement. One of the greatest medical researchers in the modern era was a Canadian. His name was Dr. Hans Seeley. He worked at McGill University in Montreal. He is the father of the scientific study of psychological and biological stress. He won every prize you can win in his area except the Nobel Prize. And he said this about death. He said, some diseases have specific causes, the direct actions of certain particular disease-producing agents such as microbes, poisons, or physical injuries. Many more diseases are not caused by any one thing in particular. They result from the body's own response to some unusual situation. This is something that they should teach much more aggressively in medical school because a lot of MDs appear not to know this. It's very important. So now let's look at causes of death with an eye to Hans Seeley's work. And so I just picked some here. We've got heart attacks, diabetes deaths, you fall, you injure yourself and it causes death, alcoholic liver disease. Alcoholic liver disease shoots up at the pandemic for the 18 to 44-year-olds. It also goes up for these not so young people. Heart attacks go way up for the 45 to 64-year-olds and so on. Diabetes deaths are dramatically increased during COVID, maybe as a result of self-harm from binging on sugar. That's a hypothesis. Now we look at the leading causes of death, and this is for ages 65 and over in Alberta. And we see the declared COVID deaths here. We see the usual sequence, cancer, heart disease, and so on. And if we go to younger age groups, 45 to 64, now you start to see something happening. You start to see in black here, deaths, accidental poisoning due to substances. That's basically drug overdoses. And it's usually fentanyl these days, okay? So that's the black curve, which is now the third leading cause of death during COVID for this age group. Now, if I go to the next age group, 18 to 44-year-olds, those fentanyl deaths are through the roof. It is by far the biggest cause of absolute death. It's all around everything death. If you add all the causes together, it's 100%, it's all deaths. So this is a massive death rate due to accidental poisoning from substances, meaning fentanyl, okay, for the 18 to 44-year-olds. And then if you, the next one below, the next one is, guess what? Suicides. But that's been the case even before COVID. So that's just a comment on our society. For the 0 to 17-year-olds, it is striking that you still have a lot of fentanyl deaths. And it is also striking that suicide is on the rise, even before COVID, in this age group. So we're trying to understand what causes these deaths. And the main correlation that I found is with the price of crude oil. So the price of crude oil had a huge drop here in 2014 when they were attacking Russia by trying to take away its revenue by dropping the price of crude oil. It's a geopolitical event. This is also a geopolitical event. It's called COVID event. Big drop there, okay? And if you look at 30 to 39-year-olds, all-cause mortality by the population of those ages, and you have those two dates here, you see all-cause mortality raise and then rise again in conjunction with these incitements due to the drop of crude oil. And the same thing is true of 20 to 29-year-olds. And now, this is a very important slide. I'm just going to spend a moment on this. This shows unemployment rate in 3 provinces as a function of time since 1975, okay? So there's a first huge rise here, 0.1. That is around 1982, when China was brought into the capitalist trade system by the USA. China joined the world trade, the US invested in China big time, and there was huge unemployment increase in the Western world, in the US and Canada in particular. Then here, now every time there's big increases in unemployment, there's increases in mortality, especially of workers and so on, and the people they depend on. And here, the second event of increased unemployment is the dissolution of the USSR. When the USSR fell apart in 1992, that had a huge effect on our lives because the US decided that it could now own the world, and it aggressively increased its globalization. So corporate, US corporations just basically took over much of the Western world, and that caused huge increase in many places in unemployment. The third event here is the 2008 financial crisis. This is that first drop in crude oil that I told you about. So you see that it causes unemployment in Alberta, but not in these other provinces. And then the COVID geopolitical event causes unemployment everywhere. They closed everything down. So this is how you can start to understand these things. What I'm trying to say is our lives and even our health is dramatically affected by geopolitical events. These are huge forces that by a multitude of mechanisms dramatically affect our lives. And so in conclusion, COVID was a large-scale coordinated societal assault. And it had all of these consequences in terms of what they were doing to us. As a result, there is chronic biological stress and trauma from that assault. And this has a huge impact on your individual biology. It can make you sick in a whole multitude of ways. And therefore, as a result of that stress, there are immediate deaths of the sick and elderly through pneumonia. And I wrote a whole paper to explain that pneumonia doesn't even have to be transmitted. It can be self-infection from the biota that are already in your lungs. And so people can just develop pneumonia. If you stress them out and you isolate them, they will die of pneumonia, and that's what happened. And the midlife adults, heart attacks and so on, midlife adults and younger people, a lot of addictions and self-harm behavior. But the point you have to understand here, the final point in my conclusion is that the changes that were imposed during COVID became permanent. How they treat the elderly, mistreat the elderly in care homes and hospitals has become their permanent practice. They isolate them, they treat them like they can be contagious or they can catch something. They give them flu shots, they give them COVID shots continuously, and all the usual pharma treatments. This was increased during COVID, and that new regime has been maintained. So we're continuing to kill elderly and frail people in this way. That's part of the explanation of this persistent excess mortality. The other part is that when you have a lot of people who take on harmful self-harm behavior, this becomes part of their habits, and they can become addicts, and even if they don't, it's part of their habit to cope. It's self-medication, and they can, by accident, die. And I think that's a big part of it, and you see it in the younger age groups as well. So as a result of COVID, this huge impact that it had on our society for many years, a lot of the changes that were imposed by that have been kept, have been maintained. So we have to ratchet back the horrible treatment of elderly people and say, to hell with your ideas and your theories about health and about disease and about contagion. We are not going to isolate our elderly. We're not going to treat them inhumanely this way. So that's one of the main conclusions here. Our data, which is we show persistent excess mortality, increased mortality even among the young, the dry tinder effect among the most elderly, which really demonstrates that you're assaulting them. All of these things are indicators, and I'm going to be harsh here, of a sick and collapsing society, a corrupt society. So when your infant mortality is increasing, when you're killing the elderly, when you're being cruel, when you're creating conditions to the point where people start looking for escape and self-harm behaviors, then you have a sick and corrupt society. It's corrupt because all the institutions are participating in it. The people who want to make profit are participating in that. So that is the main conclusion. Regarding healing, well, I would say the answer is solidarity, community, social links, so that's support. Becoming political, I don't have to tell you in Alberta about that. That's influence. And then read, discuss, learn, argue, compare. That's self-knowledge of your place in the world and what your body's really like and knowing yourself and all that. And this is something that I cannot not say. I have read a lot of scientific papers that demonstrate that the single thing you can do in the Western world to increase your health is to walk at least 30 minutes a day. It's just incredible. So there are serious, peer-reviewed, many scientific papers that demonstrate this unambiguously, that this will increase your health more than whatever you eat, whatever medications that is helping you with high blood pressure. All of these things are not beneficial compared to simply walking at least 30 minutes a day. So I felt I need to say that because some of us forget to do it. And the final thing is, please read my latest report, January 29, 2025. It's about infant vaccination programs. It will blow your mind. Because in that report, I explained the degree and the depth to which the pharma system and the medical establishment are corrupt. And you cannot believe anything they say. And the so-called controlled medical trials that show a benefit to these vaccines are completely fabricated. They're concocted. They're corrupt. You cannot believe it. And I demonstrate that in some detail in this article. So if you're into reading that, you're welcome to.
Today, we're up against time. Any final thoughts before we...
Okay, well, my final thought is what this gentleman said. All of this was orchestrated. There you go.
Dr. Denis Rancourt.
I give you this?
Nope, take them both. Yep. If anyone... To the people online, he just said thank you to Alberta. You know, I was talking to Denis in the back, and you know, I feel like he felt like I was giving a rough time. I'm like, holy man, you got 71 slides. How are you going to get through that? And watching him go, I'm like, oh, that's how he's going to get through it. But if you were like trying to hold on as fast as as much as I was to the bullet train that was Denis Rancourt running through 71 slides, I'm told at injectionoftruth.ca the entire slide deck is there, so you can actually walk through it. And yes. Now, next, he's a Canadian emergency room physician who worked for 16 years at the Red Deer Regional Hospital, where he served as Chief of Emergency Medicine for the Central Zone and head of the Emergency Department from 2016 to 2020. He holds the title of Associate Clinical Professor at the University of Alberta, and he led Alberta's COVID-19 pandemic response data review task force, which examined the pandemic's health data. His report released earlier this year and recommended against the use of COVID-19 vaccines, citing concerns over safety and efficacy, and has called for a public inquiry into the province's pandemic management. Please welcome Dr. Gary Davidson.
To sing, so I'm not going to sing with that. Thanks, you guys, but I'm in a church behind a pulpit with a mic. I'm going to have an altar call at the end here. You've heard a lot of information, Dr. Rancourt and Dr. Speicher, and you're going to hear from Dr. Bridle later, and then some others you've heard before. When we were doing our report, we had the opportunity to talk to all these guys, some of them more than others. And I can tell you that they're the smartest people I know in what they're working on. And it was a real privilege to work with them, and their information is in our report. And I can never give it as well as they did, so I'm not going to try. I had the privilege of being asked to write a report for the Premier to look at the information and data used in Alberta's response to COVID-19. And it's not an inquiry, it's not a witch hunt, it's just a review of the data used. So where did the data come from? So we had some criteria, where did it come from, who resourced it, who gave it to us, who analyzed it, who applied it, how was it applied, and did it work the way we thought it would, or do we have any recommendations to do it differently, or different later? And so that's what we did. We sat down and inside of that parameter, we looked at 9 specific areas of our response to see if we looked at it that way, what results do we come up with? So we looked first governance and data flow. And I know most of you have seen the report, and it's probably, yeah, there's the front page. And so I'm not going to go through it because you can read it. It's only 259 pages, and there's a lot of reasons. I don't understand why you're laughing. I had to read it about 100 times, so you guys can read it once. So, yeah, it's a little heavy. But, you know, the first one is, how did it happen? How was it set up? What are the structures needed for the data to flow the way it did? Where was the data coming from? Who's using it? Where did, you know, how'd that all work? And it's a little bit, it's not a juicy chapter, but there's a lot of really good information in there. It tells you a lot. And then we had a one on regulatory bodies, which is, you know, our governing bodies, so the College of Physicians, Surgeons, etc. And what role did they play? And everybody knows a story of some doctor somewhere who got a little trouble for saying things they shouldn't in front of people sometimes. And, you know, how did that happen? And so in a profession, there has to be a regulatory body. You can't just go Wild West on everything. So it has to be. So we need them for sure. But did they do what they needed to do for the best of the people or not? And so that's what that chapter looked at. And yeah, so read the chapter. It's the shortest one. I think it's only 71 pages. But it's really well done, and it actually was 91 pages, and I got told it needed, well, my idea when we were writing the report, I wanted each chapter to be 10 pages. So I figured it'd be a little under 100 pages. And so when it came in at 91 pages, I said, we got to pare it down. So somebody ran it through AI and got it down to 15 pages, and it didn't make any sense. So we ended up at 71 pages. That's as short as we could get it. Because it took that much to explain how this all happened. And so there's some really interesting charts in there, and probably the number one chart in that one, and the only data I'll give out of the report, that is that only 2% of the information they use to make their decisions on how they discipline the disciplines, only 2% was primary research. The rest came from looking at other people. And it's in the report. You can look at it. It's just factual. So I'm not sure how, that's not quite the way I would do it, but whatever, that's how it was done. So every chapter we have recommendations. So this is what happened, this is how it was done, we didn't look at why it was done, I wasn't looking at motives or who did it, it's just how, and then what recommendations we make so we do it different next time, if it needed to be done better. Then we had a chapter on modeling, so you saw Dr. Rancourt was just talking about Dr. Tam's modeling, how 1 million people were going to die if we hadn't done what we did, and it's just nonsense. And it's right up there with there's going to be no polar bears by 2012. Remember that was said in 2000? Yeah, same model of modeling. So but modeling, it is hard to be too critical of modeling because it's like a weather forecast 2 years ahead. You know, I have no idea if it's going to rain on Saturday 2 years from now. So I understand, we'll give them some grace, but when it looks like you say one thing all the time, then you start to question their motives, and that was part of that. Then there was testing. And we had some pretty amazing people. I think Dr. Speicher helped us in that chapter quite heavily, and just, you know, world-class people helping us on this stuff. And recommendations, you know, was the testing used right? All that. I always forget a chapter every time I do this. Not the one I wrote, but somebody else's, and I really apologize. And it's a different chapter every time. That's a good part, so nobody feels left out. But then we had natural immunity, or there's no real such thing. Well, there is natural immunity, but we mean infection-acquired immunity. So you got COVID, and now you're immune, or are you? And so we did quite a bit of work on that, and Dr. Bridle and Dr. Speicher both helped a bit in that, or a lot in that. And so I would ask a vaccine immunologist that before I would ask an emerge doc, how does this work? And it was all very downplayed. Oh, no, you're much better off doing something else rather than using your natural immunity, or it doesn't count for getting in a hockey game or on an airplane or crossing a border. But in fact, that wasn't true. And so why? It's hard to know. But what can we do so this doesn't happen again? And what information were they using to come up with their conclusions? That's what we looked at. So it's in the report. Vaccines. So we've heard a bit on vaccines today, especially from Dr. Speicher, and how he thinks they really worked. And Dr. Rancourt was just saying every time a vaccine rolled out, it looks like we killed a bunch of people. Yeah, it sure seems like it, doesn't it? And these are world-renowned researchers saying that, so I tend to think that they probably are right. And the last chapter is therapeutics. What treatments were we allowed to use? What treatments couldn't we use? And it was the same thing again. You know, where were they getting their information? We couldn't use certain medications because they're really deadly. Like so deadly that if you took all 30 days worth in one day, it wouldn't hurt you. That deadly. But if I give you the Tylenol for your fever, you come to emerge and all I give you is your Tylenol and say, well, I hope you don't die, but go home is what I'm going to give you Tylenol. If you took all 30 days of your Tylenol at one time, I won't see you in 30 days. Or Advil, or aspirin, or Benadryl, or anything else you could buy at 7-Eleven, including chocolate bars. You know what I mean? There is a lot of things more deadly than ivermectin. It just, I did not understand. Well, I do understand it, but so I prescribed ivermectin hundreds of times, and I wasn't giving people horse paste. I was prescribing it from pharmacies, and we prescribed it all across Western Canada, and we had it FedExed them if we needed to, and it worked very well. And I didn't get anybody that clogged up the emergency department, as the Rolling Stone magazine said happened in Oklahoma, which was a completely fabricated article. But again, people listened to this, and then the media would play it over and over. So then we looked at medications we were told to use. And it's like, wow, like one that was brought out for AIDS in the 80s that killed too many people, so they quit using it. Then it resurrected, somehow good for COVID. But then they used the licensees' brochure, it's like their sales brochure, to tell you it's okay. It's like, that was confusing. So we just showed it. We just showed the information. We weren't telling motives. We weren't telling why. Just this is what happened, and this is how it happened. And so one of our big recommendations is we need to find out why. And that would be an inquiry. That's where you get lawyers and judges and subpoenas, and you got to show up and tell the truth. And that probably would be a good idea, because it'd be interesting to know why. But that's a recommendation. There's a lot of recommendations in there. You can read the report, and there's a whole bunch. And people are, come to me all the time. When is the government going to do something about your report? When are they going to implement it? I says, well, what do you mean by that? So there's been laws changed. There's been policies changed. There's laws and policies going to change. We're working on things as we speak. And a lot of the recommendations don't have to happen in a ledge. And the government, you have to understand our government, and I really appreciate our government. You have to remember that this government asked me to do this. And this wasn't very easy. And they knew it was not going to be all roses. But they still asked me to do it, to assemble a team to do it. So before you get too hard on them, remember they're the only ones that have done it so far. At all, that I can see anywhere. So remember that part, that they did it. And you have to remember that not everybody agrees with it. And so it takes a little while for everybody to digest it and figure out what we're going to do with it. So we have to understand that. It's a big ship, about 5 million people, and you can't just turn it on a dime. You can't change everything overnight. And you can't just throw everything out and start over. It'd be pure chaos. We don't want that either. So we have to understand to some degree that we have to have a little patience. It's good to keep talking about it and pressuring it and like this, sharing about it. I think that's really important. And I'm not downplaying that. But we have to understand that they're still governing all 5 million people, and they don't all agree with us. And we have to work with everybody. So yes, they are. So I appreciate that, but we have to understand how it works. And moral of the story is, I wrote the report, I handed it to them, they get to implement it the best they know how. And it's good to keep on it. But I'm going to tell you that really the problem we had wasn't COVID, and it wasn't a vaccine, and it wasn't lockdowns, and it wasn't masks, and it wasn't all the things we thought ruined our lives. The problem is it happened because we let it happen. And you can blame the government, and we can pitch to change the government if you really feel obliged. It's not going to help the problem. We're just going to have a different government, same problem. So whose problem is that? That's our problem. And so why did it happen? It happened because, well, it was a difficult choice sometimes to do what was right at all costs. And not everybody was able to. I can imagine probably most people in this room probably did. if you're here. Not everybody, and some people maybe saw it later, and that's amazing. But we weren't willing to sacrifice what we thought was really important to us for what we knew was right. But we're asking the government to do it right now, at all costs, just do what's right. But then, did we? Did I do the right thing all the time? And I'll tell you a little story. Before COVID came to Alberta officially, it was coming out, and I was reading everything. I peer-reviewed for a journal for a number of years, so I know how to read a medical journal and know when it's full of baloney and when it's not, and a few things like that. And so I was reading this stuff, and it's like, man, it's just really troubling. This is a lot of nonsense and very little science, and there's some real bad stuff going on. And not only that, there's some medications that look like they help. You have to remember that ivermectin, hydroxy, and all those things were studied against SARS-CoV-1 like almost 10 years before. So it's not like we just dreamt it up in one afternoon. We knew this stuff, and it was like, well, let's do this. Let's get on this, and let's treat people. And I started to have a lot of questions about it, about our approach to it, about the fear was just amazing. How can we be gripped by the fear? Why were we susceptible to the fear? And that's a real question. Because if you're susceptible to fear, that means you don't have any faith. You can't have both. You have one or the other in an area. So it means we didn't have much faith. And we didn't have much faith in our government often. And we all feel like that. But how about personally? How about what was our lives grounded on? So as we went through 2020, and nothing happened. I shouldn't say nothing happened. The emergency department where I worked went down 30%. We had 30% less visits that year than the years before. And I'm thinking, where's this thing? Like, where's this thing coming? So we actually had to let one doc go home every day because we didn't have enough work. And, so I was thinking there's something not quite right. And then 2020, we started watching this vaccine get developed, and I'm reading this stuff, and I'm reading Pfizer's data, and I think there's huge problems with it. They didn't vaccinate anybody, in the study, they didn't vaccinate anybody under 18, anybody over 65, anybody sick, or anybody's pregnant. Wow, that's nobody that needs it. That made no sense. So, and then when that stuff was released, there's 44,000 people in the study, 22 in each arm, and there was more people that died in the vaccinated arm than the non-vaccinated arm. You're done. Any vaccine, because we don't know what the side effects will be. So if the all-cause mortality in the vaccinated arm is higher, in any vaccine study, we're done. So that was one thing, and I was like, wow. Well, turns out 272 girls did get pregnant after they got vaccinated in the follow-up period, and they lost 88.7% of the charts. They didn't lose 88% of everybody else's charts. Why did they lose their charts? What happened to those girls? Where'd they go? That was weird. And it's not like they're old and should have died and we just lost them to follow-up. They should have been fine. But they didn't lose 38 charts. And out of those 32 charts, there was one normal birth. That's not a good number. I don't care what vaccine you're doing. And I had that in 2020. And I printed it off at work, and I highlighted it, and I'm showing people, and I got in trouble for causing vaccine hesitancy. I'm like, no, I just think this is not a good idea. We need to talk about this. And I thought, okay, there's something really bad, because everybody should say, whoa, stop. Why aren't we? And so in 21, when it became apparent that sooner than later I wasn't going to have a job if I wasn't going to take this vaccine, you could just feel the pressure coming. We actually snuck across the border, and I can't tell you how, but we drove. And thanks to my wife, actually. She phoned the American border every day for a week. Okay, what if we do this? Can we get across? No, you can't. What if we do that? No, you can't. What if he has a doctor's appointment? No, you can't. What if he's a doctor? I don't care. We did find a way, and we won't tell you how, but it had something to do with buying farm equipment in the States, and farmers could do anything. So that afternoon, I packed up my truck and I drove to the border as fast as I can. We asked him if he was still on duty, and he said, I'll be there before you quit. So I zoomed to the border, and I get there with all my paperwork, showing that I owned the farm, I owned the truck that I was driving. I had an order of something I'd ordered in the States, and I get there. Well, that was actually pretty funny. I was really nervous because I thought, I'm going to jail somewhere. And finally, this really nice American border agent calls me. They'd made me go in, and she calls me up and said, your Nexus card's expired. My wife put the wrong one in my passport. And she said, did she dress you? Like, what does your wife have to do with this? And then this guy behind her said, you're a complete nutcase to even try this. And it was the guy she'd been phoning all week. Anyway, he says, see you later, have a good trip. He thought it was funny. Anyway, we got across the border. That was one of 5 times we snuck across the border. We did it every way, any way, and any time we could. It was just, anyway, it was a challenge. But the moral of the story is we went down in March 21. Dr. McCullough had testified before the Senate March 11, 12. And so I watched this, and he said, if you do this and don't lock down, we can drop your hospitalizations by 85% in 4 weeks. And I thought, I'd like to see this. Because we just locked down, if you remember, in December 2020 for Christmas and all that stuff, and I didn't think it really did anything. So we went down there. We were in Texas, driving and flying and in the mall and wherever we wanted to be, in the restaurants, and people wore masks if they felt or they didn't, and nobody cared. And I'm watching the dashboard on, the Texas government dashboard, and I'm watching the hospitalizations drop. They dropped by 89% actually in 4 weeks, not 85. So he actually underestimated. And I'm thinking, we're done. Like, quit all this nonsense. It doesn't have any impact because these people are doing whatever they want. There's no lockdown. I'm here. Trust me, it's not happening. We drove across the border April 9th, 2021 as we got locked down. As we were driving into Cardston, it was on the radio, we got locked down. It's like, come on, you guys. Anyway, got me in a little trouble. But I'll tell you what really is the story is when we're driving home, when we were down there and I talked to these doctors that were treating people, and I realized what I thought was true. And I, as a Christian, if you come in and I think you could die, and I don't give you something, and I say, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do for you, and I know there is, of all people, I'm the worst. Like, I don't know, that's a problem. But you see, if I did, then I was going to lose everything. Because they take my license away, and Walmart wasn't hiring, and I have no transferable skills. So, we had 2 kids in university in the States, and I have lots of overhead and all that other stuff. And we were driving just north of Helena, and my wife was with me. She snuck through too. So anyway, we're driving home, and we're talking about this as we're talking to these doctors in the States that are treating people, and they got protocols, and I'm reading it, and they're sending me the papers, and we're driving, and I said to her, I can't not treat people. I can't go home and tell you to go home from Emerge. I hope you're okay. Here's some Tylenol. Don't take it all. They'll kill you. But just take a little bit, and I hope you feel better. And if you get worse, come back. We won't do anything for you, but we'll admit you. I can give you some remdesivir if you don't. Anyway, so but I said to her, I says, I can't not treat them, but if I do, we're going to lose everything we have. Like, we will lose it all. And she said, it's okay. I'll tell you, you can't do it by yourself. It's a hard thing to do. And yeah, so I appreciate that. So we drove across the border, and Jason Kenney was on the radio locking us down before we got to Cardston, and then we promptly drove to another minister's office that we knew quite well, and we sat in his office for 2 hours, said, what are you guys doing? Like, I'll fly you guys to Texas, let's go look, like, I promise you, I was there. And it just wouldn't happen. And I talked to everybody I could, a number of ministers and everybody I could, and we just never got any traction. So I started treating people. First person I treated was really, really sick. And I was really, really scared, because I thought, oh boy, here we go, we're starting on this path, and this will be the end of me being a doctor. So I drove to his house because I didn't want to do it on the phone because anyway, paranoid, to say the least. Ordered him a whole bunch of stuff and told him what to use and this guy and that and the other thing. And he was I actually had to order him oxygen. Like, he was very, very unwell. 18 hours later, he phones me and says, Doc, I could go to work. I'm fine. And he says, why aren't we doing this everywhere? And I don't know the answer to that yet. I don't know. But I can tell you that I told so many doctors this, and they said, I just can't do that. I said, why? Well, I'll lose it all. I said, so you're okay telling people to go home and die so you don't lose your income? That's how come this happened, right? Because we needed courage and we didn't have it. So the report is good and the government's important and all that, but it's us. We have to have courage and we have to stand up at all costs. And I'm going to tell you, it costs us a lot, an awful lot. We're okay. But when it costs you a lot, What I don't want to hear, you'll whine the whole time. Because you said, at all costs, I'll do what's right. And just understand that sometimes you got to pay that. And that's just the truth. So Shawn's here to get me.
I got to interview Dr. Davidson. I was mad at myself after because I lost my temper, but it wasn't with him. It was the report as you read it, you know, and he jokes about 250 some odd pages. If you're Albertan, heck, if you're Canadian, you should go give that document a read. Because in the first, I forget what it is, 25 pages, it just talks about how AHS wouldn't give them any data. Like, what the heck are we doing? And, you know, I showed my frustration, not with his work or any of these wonderful scientists, doctors' work, but more on our government. And I was just told, you know, you want to push it forward on an inquiry, because I think that's where we all got to at the end of that report. Calgary, Lougheed, Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul have a motion going forward for all the UCP constituency associations to call for a judicial inquiry to support the Davidson report. They need 26 constituencies to push it along. Maybe we'll get an inquiry, and then maybe they can't run and hide. So I would say if you're watching online and you're wondering how you get your constituency to do something that can move this forward, if you're sitting in this audience, when I hear that number, I go, 26, that's it? We should have that by the end of the week. And also is unnerving to me, listening to his story. And he doesn't want to say it, but he goes across the U.S. border, and I'm like, what a wild thing we live through. Where he'll sit up here and say that, and you go, I wonder if he's going to jail for that. We all chuckle about it, but not that long ago, right? We didn't talk about it. We got one speaker and then we're left, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, okay? He's a Canadian viral immunologist and associate professor in the Department of Pathobiology at the University of Guelph. He has a PhD in immunology from the University of Guelph and a postdoctoral training in oncolytic. That's bad. You can correct me, Byram. Immunotherapy at McMaster University. He's authored over 100 peer-reviewed scientific papers. Please welcome Byram Bridle. Dr. Byram Bridle.
Hello, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here today. Thank you to Eric Bouchard, Darrell Komick, Sean Newman, and everyone else involved with organizing this event. One emphasis of the report on Alberta's response to the COVID-19 pandemic was informed consent. I'm going to focus on one representative question. Was the standard for informed consent met when COVID-19 shots were administered to pregnant and breastfeeding mothers? Upon my Bible, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. These are my disclosures, which people can review at a later time. Here are some highlights of my expertise that show why I'm well qualified to testify about scientific issues related to COVID-19. If we are going to question informed consent, then we need to know what the standard for informed consent is. The Alberta Medical Association defers to the definition in a document entitled Consent, a Guide for Canadian Physicians. The Supreme Court of Canada has imposed a stringent standard of disclosure upon physicians, which in this case is defined as what a reasonable woman who is pregnant or breastfeeding would have expected to hear before consenting. Many people and organizations rigorously promoted COVID-19 shots for pregnant and breastfeeding women, including Alberta's Medical Association. The Alberta Medical Association guaranteed the safety and effectiveness of shots in this demographic. Laughably, they also suggested that having concerns about the COVID-19 shots was okay. For any experts who voiced these concerns, I would ask you, was it deemed okay to do so? They also encouraged us to support each other to learn more. Was censorship of those with dissenting views the best way to support learning more? And I want everyone to remember that the COVID-19 shots were ultimately mandated for pregnant and breastfeeding women. Members of Canada's federal parliament can submit what are called order paper questions. It is a way for them to obtain information from government agencies. Federal order paper question 2163 asked, were randomized controlled trials used to obtain approval and support safety claims in pregnant and lactating women? And what is Health Canada's scientific basis for claiming safety of COVID-19 modified RNA shots in pregnant and lactating women? Here are the answers from Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada. As highlighted in yellow, none of the COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers asked for their products to be used in pregnant or breastfeeding women. Nor did they submit any data from clinical trials to support regulatory evaluation for this purpose. In all their product monographs, including the most current versions, the vaccine manufacturers have clearly stated that the safety and efficacy of their vaccines have not been established for pregnant or breastfeeding women. Finally, Health Canada clearly stated the following, and I quote, Health Canada has not approved any safety claims with regard to pregnant and lactating women. So why, long before this, did Alberta's Medical Association guarantee the safety and effectiveness for these women? So let me show you so you can see with your own eyes. Here is the most current product monograph being used for the current shots, in this case, Pfizer. Let's zoom in. Next. What does it say in their product monograph, their current product monograph? For pregnant women, no data are available yet regarding the use of Comirnaty during pregnancy. For breastfeeding women, no data are available yet regarding the use of Comirnaty during breastfeeding. It is unknown whether Comirnaty is excreted in human milk. A risk to newborns and infants cannot be excluded. For children, the safety and efficacy of Comirnaty in children under 6 months of age have not yet been established. Why is this important? Because they don't even know, they claim they don't know if it can even be excreted in human milk. And if it is excreted in human milk, then these shots are being given in an unauthorized form, which is orally, to an unauthorized population, which are our infants, our breastfeeding infants. Next, the statement that it is, and I quote, unknown whether Comirnaty is excreted in human milk. Note, that was published on October 25th, 2024, which is more than 1 year after all relevant data on this subject had been published. Based on scientific references shown here, this is what we now know about modified RNA shots in breastfeeding. Modified RNA from COVID-19 shots can spread throughout the body, including occasionally into human breast milk, where it is often fragmented. This is not surprising, since this is the systemic distribution of the lipid nanoparticles that carry the modified RNAs has been known for more than a decade. There's evidence that human milk exosomes and their microRNAs can survive digestion and be taken up by human intestinal cells. The current model of modified RNA biodistribution for breast milk is this, and this is based on the published scientific literature. Lipid nanoparticles carrying the modified RNA systemically diffuse to mammary glands through the blood and lymphatic vessels. The lipid nanoparticles deliver the modified RNAs into mammary cells. Mammary cells package the modified RNAs into exosomes. Exosomes carrying the modified RNAs get released from the mammary cells and get into the breast milk. So, How can it be claimed that the science is unknown? And it wasn't like it was challenging to understand this messaging when reading the titles of papers like this one. Any medical expert could understand what that title means. Of concern, it appears like these product monographs were not even included in at least some of the boxes that contain the COVID-19 vaccine vials. This is an example of a so-called information insert that was taken from a box from a recent clinic held in Victoria, British Columbia. It is completely empty, and as you can see, says intentionally blank. A request through Canada's Access to Information and Privacy Act resulted in this document outlining the research management plan required by Health Canada for the COVID-19 shots to receive authorization by interim order. This confirms that vaccine effectiveness, which means how well they work in a real-world setting, was, as you can see, unknown. Most people didn't realize that on this basis, the official language that should have been used was, the vaccines may be effective. And indeed, this was the very language that Health Canada used internally. But those of us that pushed for public correction of the safe and effective mantra were viciously attacked. There is a big difference between the following. Is the vaccine effective? Yes. Is the vaccine effective? Maybe. And that's literally what the message should have been. This document also officially confirms that data to support the use of the shots in pregnant and breastfeeding women was missing. This documentation also revealed that Health Canada was investigating reports from around the world about pregnant or breastfeeding women who had inadvertently received the shots during early rollouts. Most people have never seen this information before. These data suggest that in breastfeeding moms who had inadvertently received the shots, 21% of their suckling infants had clinical issues, and 25% of the moms had lactation issues. At the same point in time, I publicly reported similar but less concerning data that I had found in the United States Public Vaccine Safety Database, and the response for me was a global defamation campaign. And if, after this, we overlay the failure to acknowledge the validity of naturally acquired immunity as a form of immunity in pregnant breastfeeding women, it makes this evidence against proper informed consent even more egregious. There are now more than 108 published peer-reviewed scientific papers demonstrating the superiority of naturally acquired immunity against SARS coronavirus 2. Next. So here are the hard questions that demand answers. The Supreme Court of Canada says the standard for informed consent is to be measured by what a reasonably thinking pregnant or breastfeeding woman would have expected to hear before consenting. Would a pregnant or breastfeeding mom have reasonably expected disclosure that, and I quote, Health Canada has not approved any safety claims with regard to pregnant and lactating women? Or that the manufacturers never asked for their shots to be given to these women? That no data were submitted to support giving these women the shots? How about the Health Canada was investigating early post-marketing surveillance data showing that for breastfeeding moms that had inadvertently received the shots, 21% of their suckling infants had clinical issues and 25% of the moms had lactation issues. Should evidence of naturally acquired immunity been acceptable as evidence of immunity for these women? Based on the evidence, was the standard for informed consent met for pregnant and breastfeeding women? I'll leave that for you to answer, because this report that came forward from the Alberta government is all about opening the floor for discussion and being able to freely ask these types of questions finally. Are these kinds of questions worth discussing in transparent public forums, or should those posing them be gaslighted and subjected to dangerous ad hominem attacks and censorship? So that's where I conclude the formal part of my presentation, but I mentioned this issue about censorship and ad hominem attacks. And I just wanted to share with you a few things. So if you could go to the next slide. I want to tell you that leading up to this event, it was incredible, the amount of rhetoric that was spewed at the speakers who are presenting to you today. And for the people who were organizing this event and anybody who was associated with the report on Alberta's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was nothing but rhetoric and ad hominem attacks. I saw no scientific evidence ever in any of these things. Here's examples here. The group run out of Alberta, Science Up First. They claim to be experts in combating health misinformation. They are one of the biggest spreaders of health misinformation that I have ever seen. You can see an example here, and here's your local CTV Calgary News. For example, look at what they both reported. They claim that this report is saying that vaccination should stop immediately, and although many of us who were involved do believe that's the case, we certainly believe that's the case for children and breastfeeding and lactating women, there's no question. But when it comes to, especially beyond the children and these women, you know, adults can make their own decisions, you know, and what we're pushing for is fully informed consent. That's what we really want to push for, is fully informed consent. And we did not actually say that for everybody just immediately stop and don't make these vaccines available anymore. What the report actually says, I'm just showing you here, is immediately halt the use of all COVID-19 vaccines when there's an absence of full disclosure, like I just shared with you for pregnant and breastfeeding women. In other words, make sure there's full disclosure so people can actually make properly informed decisions. If these are great products, people are welcome to take them if they choose to. Yet the media outlets lied about that. And this was already shown to you, right? I can tell you, I offered to do interviews for the Globe and Mail, right? They claim to want to be providing balanced and fair coverage. They interview their select group of doctors that serve as mouthpieces for a certain narrative. And when those of us step up and they criticize us, they kept publishing all kinds of hit pieces against us. And when the people they're publishing hit pieces against step up like myself and say, I will be interviewed, I will bring the data. Why don't you interview me alongside these same experts that are claiming that I'm spreading misinformation? And instead of granting me an interview, they publish cartoons like this depicting us as monsters, as beasts. This is not acceptable. Here's an example. Dr. Gary Davidson was just here talking about how one of the chapters talked about alternative medications, including ivermectin. This is what your media here showed when talking about that chapter. They went to the and showed the veterinary ivermectin. This is unbelievable. I just want to say, CTV News Calgary, pay attention. Ivermectin is a human drug. Learn that. Next. Dr. Shelley Duggan. She is the president of the Alberta Medical Association. She was interviewed leading up to this event. She told everybody that anybody involved with this report was spreading misinformation, and as a consequence of that, we were killing people. That is dangerous rhetoric. That is not the type of thing that professionals should be getting up and saying in public. And that should not be propagated in public. And I'm going to show you why. Next slide. All right? I just want to give you one example of why the public promotion of ad hominem attacks is dangerous. This was an email that was sent. This just gives you an example, because what I want to give you is a behind-the-scenes feel for what the speakers up here go through and the weeks leading up to events like this and the kind of garbage that we get exposed to on a regular basis, okay? So your MLA, member of your Legislative Assembly, Eric Bouchard, got this email on behalf of all of us who were involved with this report. Okay, so I just want to say I've submitted for consideration by Alberta's cabinet. It's the cabinet's got to take responsibility for these things, all right? And I've put forward 11 formal suggestions for how they can move forward, okay? But I just want to address this last piece for a little bit, because for all those who accuse us of spreading misinformation and destroying our careers and causing people to threaten us like this, people don't have to realize we've had to have heightened security at this event and the related events related directly to this one here as a result of people like the president of the Alberta Medical Association promoting that kind of dangerous rhetoric, okay? It's not acceptable. But to those who keep accusing us of spreading misinformation, how can you dare accuse us of spreading misinformation when we keep showing you the facts? We're showing you the truth, the bare bones truth. We're showing you documentation from Health Canada and the vaccine manufacturers themselves. All we're saying is we are posing questions, and the doors need to be opened for discussions. Come to the table and discuss the science with us. If you think we're spreading misinformation, you are all invited to this event here. Members of Science Up First, the members of the Alberta Medical Association, etc. They refuse to show up. They keep refusing to show up and coming to the table. Show up at the table, be mature, stop the ad hominem attacks, stop the rhetoric. It's dangerous. We will not return wrong with wrong. We will not treat you the way you treat us. We will sit at the table and we will keep speaking the truth until you show up with your data and show that we are wrong, because we are not. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is going to mark the first half, but before everybody goes racing out the door, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with lawyers Jeffrey Rath, Shawn Buckley, Joanny Liu, and Dr. David E. Martin in the second half. 10-minute break, and they're passing the bucket. Watch out for that. We got 4 doctors coming up. Well, not 4 doctors, I shouldn't say that. We got 2 lawyers, a doctor. I feel like I'm doing a joke right now. And then, a rabbi, Dr. Shoemaker in the front. And then we're going to end with, I think, what a lot of people are waiting for, Dr. David E. Martin. Before we bring up our next speaker, we're going to play a movie trailer. I got an event coming to Calgary, and I hope you'll take a watch and maybe make it out May 10th.
In a world fallen into chaos,
insurance crisis,
war,
we find ourselves in World War III.
Fear,
Use nuclear weapons.
corruption,
I intend to resign.
and division reign.
Tariffs on Canada.
Propaganda and censorship cloud the truth,
You will not reach a peace deal.
labeling people as extreme, right-winged, leaving us confused and alone.
Didn't look like there was any hope.
No more. Cornerstone Forum is coming back for a second year. No longer are we conforming to the pattern of this world. We are a diverse community that is unwilling to comply with every wind and wave of doctrine, a beacon of hope surrounded by darkness. You are not alone. Join us May 10th at Cornerstone Forum. We are stronger together.
May 10th, Calgary, we're going to be here. And what I saw walk around, I love it. I hate shutting it down. One of the things at the forum we try to do is we try to spur on the conversation, because I think that's what a lot of us are here for. We see each other and we don't make enough time to sit and have some of these conversations. And then you hear all this wonderful information tonight, as dark as some of it is. And you're like, I just want to talk about it, right? And so I hate to move us along, but I guess that's why I'm here. Our next speaker, he was sitting there. He's a Canadian lawyer based in Alberta, known for his work in constitutional, criminal, and regulatory law, with a focus on defending individual rights and challenging government actions. He's represented class actions against the Alberta government for businesses' losses due to the pandemic. And I see he found a way to find a little extra time this time around. Me and him we were chuckling because the first go around he had 5 minutes. This time he's got a little extra time. Please give a warm welcome to lawyer Jeff Rath.
Like Byram Bridle, in recognition of the location that we find ourselves tonight and having a pulpit, I brought my Bible tonight. This is the Gospel according to St. Gary of Davidson, specifically the Alberta COVID-19 Pandemic Response Data Review Final Report. And when Gary was talking about it tonight, I was taken with a couple things. One, his really dry sense of humor that I just love, right? And the other thing is to how humble and understated Gary is with regard to all of the great work that he's done on all of our behalf. The amount of courage and fortitude that it took to guide this project from start to finish to create this final product, which at the end of the day isn't a Davidson report, it's a Daniel Smith report, it's a Government of Alberta report that sets out at length everything that was done to us and was done wrong to all of us throughout the so-called pandemic. Now, within that report, what we find is like everything else that we find in all things COVID related these days, is that a lot of us, probably a lot of the people here in this room, we're all right from day one with regard to what was going on and how wrong everything that the governments were doing throughout the COVID pandemic. This report actually confirms everything that we've all been saying and that we've all been worried about, especially with regard to the vaccines, citing really well-known sources, and I'm just going to use the AMA's phraseology for this, of anti-science, anti-evidence, misinformation, which according to Timothy Caulfield will take us back to the dark ages. And the sources of this anti-science misinformation are journals such as JAMA Cardiology, the Journal of Modern Medical Ethics, Lancet, right? Pfizer itself and all of Pfizer's own data are all the sources of misinformation cited in this report. And of course, when the AMA and all these other detractors that have a vested interest in protecting all of the doctors who repeatedly, spewed the mantra, safe and effective, without engaging critical thought or engaging their brains or doing what it is that they were being paid $500 million to do, which was to critically examine the pros and cons of something, looking at all sides of the evidence, which one would expect in some form of scientific inquiry. Instead, we see all of the slogans that were spoken to by David Speicher, by Byram Bridle, all of which turned out to be completely wrong. Now, the three big takeaways that I want to point to within this report, because from my perspective, they are literally that shocking. And I'm not doing the slide thing tonight. I really urge everybody to download your own copy of the report, print it, and read it from cover to cover. Gary had to read it 100 times. I'm only about my 5th or 6th time so far. But every time I go through it, there's something else that I remark on, and I just go, I can't even believe that this happened to us, right? And let's start now with, one of the first things that caused me the most concern, because I think as some of you know, we're doing a vaccine class action lawsuit, and we're representing Carrie Sakamoto. And Carrie was horribly injured, because she followed Dina Hinshaw's so-called medical advice. And that medical advice that she spewed from the podium while she was on TV, that she put out on her Twitter, that Justin Trudeau himself was promoting, and that Theresa Tam was promoting, and all the so-called chief medical officers of health were promoting, was this remarkable idea that a vaccine buffet was a good idea. That somehow or other it was safe and effective, and in fact, Hinshaw said it's recommended because it'll improve your immune response if you mix the vaccines. So now, you turn to the vaccine chapter in Dr. Davidson's report, and it's at Appendix 6, and what you find is a synopsis of a massive 23 million person surveillance study that was done by all the Nordic countries, so Denmark, Sweden, Norway. You know, those backward third world countries that nobody wants to trust anything that comes out of them, let alone like the Nobel Prize or any of those types of things, right? So those three countries, 23 million people were studied. So what they found out of 23 million people, and again, we'll talk about this in a little bit with regard to informed consent. If you took the Pfizer shot and you were between the ages of 14 and 24, you were 5 times more likely to contract myocarditis. If you took the Moderna shot, you were 6 times more, or 16 times more likely to contract myocarditis. And if you mixed the shots, you were 36 times, or 3,600% more likely to contract myocarditis if you mixed the shots, which Dina Hinshaw, in what I term, complete gross medical negligence, repeatedly told people was safe and effective in the province of Alberta, right? Huge takeaway. This is a government report. This is government information. I would note for the record that Dr. Mark Joffe, who's the current CMOH, who was also a big vaccine booster at the beginning of this within AHS, has yet to rescind that guidance. So pharmacists in the province don't know that they should be checking patients' histories, trying to determine what their last booster was. I talked to my own pharmacist, he says, oh yeah, we can mix them. So we don't even check if they got Moderna last time or Pfizer. I said, you gotta stop doing that. He says, why? I said, JAMA cardiology, right? And this, massive surveillance study that was done in the Nordic countries. Oh my God, nobody told us. College of Pharmacy didn't tell them. Nobody's rescinded the guidance. That study has been out since 2023. And of course, this report, has been out, and nobody's paying any attention to the safety signal that comes from a JAMA cardiology article. Another, I would suggest, keynote article in that report is a Lancet article, where Lancet found that fully 53% of children given the Pfizer vaccine developed myocarditis so bad that it could be measured by appropriate medical tests and blood testing and so on, right? And then of those 52 or 53% of children that had testable myocarditis from getting the shots, fully 26% of them could not return to normal physical activity after getting the shots, and another 20 some odd percent were still on cardiac medications, months after getting the shots because the myocarditis was so bad they needed ongoing cardiac care as if they were 70-year-old fat men like myself, right? So, this is what has happened to our province and our children. All of this information was available publicly beforehand had anybody bothered to read it. Table 14 of Pfizer's own EUA said that they were notionally going to save 1 life per million of children from myocarditis, but they were from COVID, but they were going to put 34 children per million into hospital with myocarditis so bad they would have to be on a ventilator in ICU. And then you get to the end of the table, and I actually filed a letter with the RCMP saying Pfizer should be investigated for fraud over this, because you get to the table, deaths posited from the vaccine, remarkably, they put 0. So, and keep in mind, that was just myocarditis. So anybody talking, any emergency room physician or any ICU specialist dealing with children, pediatric ICU, they'll tell you that you cannot put 34 children on a vent having myocarditis so badly that they need it and lose none of them. The actual numbers would be closer to 6 or 7 children would die before they got off the vent, yet Pfizer said 0 positive deaths from the vaccine. And then, of course, we know about them scrubbing a transverse myelitis death from their testing. We know about them, completely ignoring potential deaths from good old-fashioned anaphylaxis, right? But the problem for Pfizer, and why I say that table indicates fraud on the part of Pfizer that was ignored by the government, is if they put any numeral other than 0 in the column deaths caused by the vaccine, Any number 1 or greater would mean that the deaths from the vaccine were the same or greater than COVID, which is the disease that they are seeking to vaccinate against, and no vaccine regulator in the world could approve the drug, right? So this is what we've been laboring under. Everybody that's watching this, everybody in this room needs to know, I personally wrote Dina Hinshaw before the childhood vaccine the childhood vaccine rollout happened. I sent her a copy of the Pfizer EUA table. I sent a copy of it to Trudeau. I sent a copy of it to Tam. I sent a copy of it to Jason Kenney. I sent a copy of it to Verna Yu. And notwithstanding the fact that they were all advised that Pfizer's own data showed that the vaccines would kill more children than COVID, they approved the vaccine and told every parent in this province that the vaccines were safe and effective and approved for their children. Now, that's a level of negligence that all of us need to be pretty angry over. The other big takeaway from this Alberta government report is the section dealing specifically that I can't say my friend Dr. Davidson because he doesn't want anybody to know in public that we're actually friends, so I won't say that. I'll just say that's a habit from being in court all the time. My friend Dr. Davidson. So one of the other huge takeaways from this report, and Gary was alluding to it earlier, and that is specifically that Pfizer somehow managed to lose 200 and some odd charts for women that got pregnant while they're vaccinated. But of the 32 charts that they had, 1 normal pregnancy. So if you can do the math on Pfizer's own data, right, the spontaneous miscarriages or spontaneous abortion rate of the Pfizer vaccine was 96.9% in the charts that they reported on. And at that point, everybody here needs to know that at 96.9% abortion rate for the Pfizer shot, that's a better abortion rate than the morning after pill, which is only 94 to 96% effective. So, when Dina Hinshaw was standing up without any data and without understanding what's going on and telling pregnant women in this province that the vaccine was safe and effective, she didn't tell them it was safe and effective as an abortion drug, because that's what they were selling here on the basis of Pfizer's own data. Remarkably, you go into the AHS data on miscarriages, surprise, surprise, no data available after July 30th, 2021, right? So when Dr. Davidson talks about the lack of cooperation from Alberta government bureaucrats, Alberta Health, AHS, et cetera, right? That's what he's talking about. That data is there, the information is within the government, and they have done everything they can to hide and obfuscate the degree of culpability that all of them have with regard to all of the horrible things that have happened to people as a result of these vaccines in the province of Alberta. So there's that. Now, the one thing I want to wrap up on really quickly is when Dr. Davidson was talking about pushback within government, he was being very kind, as he often is. But what people need to understand is that there are people in government, specifically in cabinet, that have a continued vested interest in keeping this information from reaching the public, right? And specifically what I'm talking about is every holdover from the Jason Kenney COVID cabinet, currently in Daniel Smith's cabinet. Everybody needs to be demanding that they resign or that Daniel Smith remove them from office on the basis now that they have been found, and this is in our other class action lawsuit, which is the business class action, which was certified as a class action by Justice Feasby. In that certification ruling, Justice Feasby found that it was plausible, that there was a plausible misfeasance in public office by every member of the Kenney cabinet that willfully and knowingly promulgated fake CMOH orders because they didn't want to put their name to Emergencies Act orders and take political responsibility in their own constituencies and instead hide behind Dina Hinshaw. So You know, this has been a really interesting journey. You make some kind of interesting friends along the way. And one of the people that I've made friends with as a result of my work is Premier Brian Peckford. And I'll just leave you guys with this thought. So I asked Brian Peckford, he's the only living premier that I know that would talk to me. So I phoned Brian up and I said, Brian, what would you have done when you were premier if members of your cabinet was found by a Superior Court judge to have plausibly engaged in a misfeasance in public office? And Premier Peckford said, well, what else could you do? We work under the doctrine of ministerial responsibility. If those ministers did not resign immediately and remove themselves from cabinet while those matters were pending before the court, as premier, it would be my responsibility to ask them to step down until such time as the matters pending before the court were resolved. And, you know, this is something that I would like all of you to consider. And when you think about some of the brave MLAs and ministers that have been standing up and saying, look, we're not going to take this garbage anymore, think about who it is that they're complaining about. You know, when Pete Guthrie says, I have a whole bunch of concerns, who do you think he's concerned about? I'll wager you it's mainly people left over from the Kenny cabinet, all of who've been found to have plausibly engaged in a misfeasance in public office. And from my perspective, if we want to get to the bottom of all of this and really solve the problems in this province, all of them have to go. So I'm out of time. So thank you for your time and attention. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to address all of you. Thank you for your time tonight.
Jeff Rath, folks. Take it back. Yep. The next speaker, she's a best-selling author, practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and a psychoanalyst using Chinese medicine to teach transformational life skills for healing. I'm talking about Dr. Joanny Liu. Please give a warm welcome.
Hello, Calgary! And everyone out there in cyber world. I want children to thrive. I want people to thrive. But why are so many people so afraid? Why aren't we living up to our potential? Because we do have so much. That was a question and many more that I've asked myself many, many times. And I finally found out what was happening by doing some research and finding some interesting history. More than 5,000 years ago, we were in unity with the cosmos. The cosmos is everything and everyone in the visible and invisible world. We lived together in harmony. We followed some very basic principles. The cosmic principle of harmony, of equality, where everybody and everything is equal to each other. The second one was the cosmic principle of uniqueness. Every single one of you has a unique gift that is just dying to get out. For mankind, our unique gift was the use of language and thinking, using that language. But we have limits because over time, we began to be arrogant and we began to think that we could do and think anything that we wanted, but that's not true because it does harm to ourselves and to other people and to other things. The third cosmic principle of harmony is modesty. True modesty is when you feel equal to everybody else and everything on this earth and in an invisible world. The invisible world contains helpers. Do you realize, and we are not told this, that you were born with a helper that is called a sage, who is also your teacher? And the invisible world also contains many invisible helpers, a multitude of helpers that are there for you. Now, what happened? At some time in the far past, somebody thought that, well, my clan is better than yours. And conflict began to happen until we are now here. Mankind didn't have a hierarchy. That was invented. We didn't have evil. That was invented. And what happened was sorrow, sadness, disease, grief, cowardice, because the whole point of not having all of this, the equality, the uniqueness, and the modesty, was for you to conform. So, COVID showed us just how much people will conform. They will tell you, as they've told me, I hope you die because you didn't take the vaccine at our rallies. That is the reason why people are the way they are, because they want to conform. They don't want to stand out. But for all of you that are here today, you didn't want to conform because you knew down at some level or right in your heart that it was wrong. Thank you. Now, the interesting thing is that you don't get away with treating other people unequally, disrespecting their uniqueness, or being immodest. There is something called the cosmic principle of cause and effect. Because when you treat people the wrong way, I'm sure you've heard about whatever you send out, you get back, right? Well, that is the cosmic principle of cause and effect. And sometimes if you're sending bad, if you're thinking something bad about somebody, as you're sending it out, it's coming back to you and something happens. So this is reality, people. We cannot afford to be doing things like that because it will be sent back to you and you will experience a misfortune. So while this was going on and mankind was developing its hierarchies and causing wars and forgetting themselves in all this and teaching their kids that this is the way to live and you've got to conform, at the same time, the cosmos sent us a gift, and it's called the Yi Jing. Some of you may be familiar with I Ching. So it's spelled I and Ching, C-H-I-N-G, which is an oracle. Today it is a book. But because people were using it, they had distorted it to a certain point where it was a book about obedience to authority, when the only authority that you really should be listening to is to your heart. But so many of us have lost that. And I've discovered in my work that once people understand why they are sick, why they are afraid, because fear and conformity definitely hurt us a lot. When we cannot speak our minds, when we cannot think what we want to think, it really hurts you. We've experienced this, and as you've heard tonight, many of our doctors have told us that this is what they've experienced. So they've experienced persecution just for being themselves. But how many times have we been told that, no, you can't say no, you can't disobey, you got to follow what this politician says, you've got to do this and this and this. So, what you need to do in order to heal is to start saying no. But the no is not a no unless somebody is actually stepping on your toes. This used to be natural for mankind to know that when somebody is being mean to us, that we say a silent no 3 times. But we have to remind ourselves, we have to teach ourselves to do this now, because we lost it through the thousands of years of conditioning, of programming. So the way you do this, so let's say you've got a presentation to make and you're nervous. So you would say silent to yourself, very firmly, no, 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 to fear, worry, and doubt. It's a very simple thing to heal, but you are now acknowledging and taking your autonomy, because the word no is the first word, one of the first words that a child says naturally, because the baby knows when its boundaries have been crossed. So I want to share with you also a 20-minute clarification meditation. The Yi Jing meditation is very simple and very short. I used to think, I used to wonder when one of my clients would complain to me about meditation being hard to do. And I would say, okay, well, just start over and begin again. But then I did wonder, well, how come a meditation can't be more practical and solve our problems? Well, many years later, I found out through the Yi Jing how to do this. So you sit down, get comfortable, take a few breaths, and then you start putting things on one of the a wagon of one of the invisible helpers, which is called the helper of transformation. And you pile all the things that are bothering you. So, for example, I don't want to admit this, but I really hated Justin Trudeau. I really hated that man. And so he was one of the people that I put on that wagon of the helper of transformation and let him go. This is the art of letting go. And when you do it enough times, the way you know that you've let something go completely is when you finally have no emotional attachment to what it is. So even though Justin Trudeau will still bother me, I don't hate him anymore, okay? But I can let that emotion go. You see, the thing is that your emotional state has everything to do with your injuries. It has everything to do with your illness. This is root cause. So you're doing harm to yourself when you cannot let go of the things that bother you. And COVID was a very good example of what can happen to you. I mean, you're being brave, yes. I love it when all those people were out there with us on the streets when we were rallying in Calgary. And everybody was so appreciative of us because the rallies made them feel good. But then I was going through and working out my own issues during that time too, because there was a lot of alienation between my sons and myself. And through the processes, and which is only just the beginning, at that time, I learned how to be a much calmer person, a much more trusting in life that things were going to work out. So the third thing, which is very important, is deprogramming. Because like I said at the beginning, there's a whole bunch of things that they've been telling you which aren't true. So I've had to do quite a bit of deprogramming myself. The deprogramming is of half-truths, lies, mistaken beliefs and ideas about what it is to be human. Because really, we can be whole and we can be good for ourselves and for the rest of mankind if we just do these simple little exercises. I mean, at first, yes, the deprogramming was a lot. There was a lot of deprogramming to do. And with my clients, I help them to discover the stories that they are telling themselves, which are absolutely untrue. Many of you are not well. Many of you have challenges. But nothing is ever hopeless, because that is exactly what they want. They want you to become hopeless. They want you to be depressed, and they want you to eventually kill yourself. So many people leave this life without ever realizing just how much potential they ever have, how much that they can contribute to society. Meanwhile, we have people like Justin Trudeau, and you know, they're actually good psychologists because they know what they're doing to you, but they don't care. They're actually really good psychologists, but they don't care because they really do want to ruin you. But with the methodology that I've just showed you, you can turn around your life, and if we can all do it and share what we know, what we've learned, through the Yi Jing, which, by the way, there is a new version of it, which has been brought back to its original state, which is only about giving you advice. And it's so gentle, because the cosmos is a loving, caring, and abundant place. And I've realized that. So this isn't just hope that I'm giving you. This is a new way of thinking. There's so much more that I could say, but I only had 15 minutes tonight, so. But thank you very much for listening.
Dr. Joanny Liu. Our next speaker is a Canadian lawyer based here in Alberta, known for his extensive work in constitutional, criminal, and regulatory law, with a particular focus on defending individual rights and challenging government overreach. He also is lead legal counsel, that is, for the National Citizens Inquiry. Please welcome lawyer Shawn Buckley.
You're very kind, and I was standing for you too. So, but the beauty about the National Citizens Inquiry is it really is all of us. It truly is just volunteers. It's people deciding to make a difference, and that's why it's just been an honor for all of us to participate. And I think also that's why it's been blessed. I mean, the quality of the witnesses, the examination by the lawyers. That commissioner's report is better than any government report I've ever seen. Aside from the fact there's no bias, it's just so well written. It's so well organized. And those commissioners were not paid. They sacrificed and sacrificed and sacrificed. So it's just an honor to be a part of that. Do you know, we're actually holding hearings this week in Edmonton on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And, there's still tickets, so if any of you want to come, it's a historical experience. There's something about watching it online, but it's very different in person. And because we're holding hearings and they're so soon, we've got all these new volunteers just bustling about. And last week, one was over at our house. Teresa was working with her. And I asked her, why are you volunteering? And as soon as I asked the question, her body freezes. And she breaks facial contact. She looks down. And she's hesitating. Now, I know already why she's volunteering. She no longer has to tell me. What I don't know yet is who. Who was it that was important to her that was killed by the COVID shot? And she tells me. She says, my husband died from the COVID shot. My best friend was killed by the COVID shot. A good friend's teenage son was killed by the COVID shot. So that's why she's volunteering. And that's why, and listen carefully, that is why it is most likely that our government system is not going to survive the COVID event. Because there's just been too much death, there's been too much bloodshed. It's literally like the blood is screaming from the earth against the government system that was weaponized against the people. And it was. The government system was weaponized against the people. The government's, all these institutions that were meant to protect us actually became weapons against us. And because there's been so much bloodshed, I think it's most likely that our political system is not going to survive. So we're in this situation where, I'm sure many of you, I bet you there's people that buy precious metals in here and thinking and I bet you there's people that stockpile food, literally. I don't know what to do economically. So I've diversified my portfolio. I'm into both canned goods and ammunition. So, because what are you supposed to do, right? But we're going to be, I'm making fun of that, but we are feeling angst economically, we are feeling angst geopolitically, and I think we need to understand that we cannot take that our government institutions are going to remain the way they are because too much blood has been shed. And so we're in this stage where it is really, really important that we unify, that we come together. Where literally we live that second commandment to love each other like ourselves. And we're divided. This room is fairly homogeneous, but we know there are people we're still afraid to talk to, and we have left and right and vaxxed and unvaxxed. And one thing that the National Citizens Inquiry taught us, those that participated in it, is, we're all, at the end of the day, we're all the same. There truly is no division. This is just in our heads. When we started marching across the land at the beginning of March 2023, there was a lot of fear. Are our bank accounts going to get frozen? Witnesses were dropping out left, right, and center, worried about losing their jobs. Lawyers were dropping out right, left, and center. No one wanted to go in front of the camera and be identified as part of this. They were afraid of social consequences. They were afraid of economic consequences. This was the first winter in 2 years where we hadn't been locked down. And we have the truckers to thank for that, because if they hadn't sacrificed, I am sure the truckers have no idea. They have no idea how much difference they've made. Because, I know for me, I was cowering in my basement in fear, and then I see them, and it's kind of it's almost like you can't believe it. That's why the euphoria was so great. We just couldn't believe it, and we're so beaten down. And they got me, okay, I can't sit still anymore. And I know they've done that to person after person after person, and they will never know, but they changed history. But here we have this break. We've got this, all of a sudden, after 2 winters of lockdowns, we're not locked down. And so the NCI, we jump in there, let's start holding hearings. Let's start getting people to understand that there's more to this so that we can't get locked down again. Now, we weren't anticipating that this was going to be a healing event. How do you plan for that? How do you know that God is all of a sudden going to heal everyone who's participating and take away the hatred? And remember, there was hatred. The vaxxed hated. Hated the unvaxxed. And the unvaxxed, they hated the vaxxed. Let's be honest. We hated each other. But it broke down actually having to listen to people's stories. Like, you know, you're vaccinated and you're watching Sheila Lewis's testimony. She testified in Ottawa. She was an Alberta lady who needed an organ transplant to survive. You know, she couldn't tell us the organ. There was a court order preventing her from sharing with us the organ. And she's on the stand. And you got to watch it. Like, no one here, you cannot watch it and not weep. It's impossible. And she's on the stand weeping. And she's saying things like, I just want to live. I want to watch my grandbabies grow up, as she's weeping. And the Vaxxed participated in watching her, and their hearts are broken, and they're in love with her, and the hatred's gone. It's gone. And you know, the unvaxxed, we had the exact same experience. You know, we had to watch witnesses like Brancy. Teresa, what was her? Christine Brancy. She testified in Toronto. You know, nurse for 28 years. She takes the vaccine. She is crippled. She is just suffering horribly. She's weeping on the stand, and you're there with her. You're weeping with her. You love her. You're actually lost that here these vax that we hated, they're being treated like lepers because the medical system, our institutions, which are still weaponized against us, can't admit that we have vaccine injuries. You want to hate these people? They're just being terrorized. It's absolutely awful. And then she shares with us her 23-year-old son had a pulmonary embolism. Her husband has cancer. She testified in Toronto on April 1st, 2023. I called her back as a witness on March 31st, 2024 in the Regina hearings because I wanted an update on her family. You know, her son had been rushed to the hospital another time with what appears to be a stroke. And her husband, Bart, is dead. More blood. More blood to scream from the earth at our institutions. Now, we've got to change. We've got to understand that we're at a crossroads politically. I mean, we have a Westminster political system where actually we are trained not to read the Constitution. Probably everyone in this room went through elementary school, public elementary school, public high school, many college and university, and I bet you myself and Jeffrey Rath are the only two people in this room that have read the Constitution. Why is that? Why are Canadian kids not taught about our Constitution? Why does not a single person in this room read it except a couple of lawyers? Because you'd be shocked when you read it, that the king is our executive power. And he exercises that power through representatives in parliament and our legislatures who swear allegiance to the king. And we pretend we're in a democracy, that's the public messaging. But the system is designed to be non-responsive to us. Power doesn't rest in the citizen. I mean, even the idea, what, the Alberta government has to grant us rights in a Bill of Rights? What? It's broken. It's not going to survive because it can't anymore. We see that it can be weaponized against us. And we absolutely have to do this differently going forward. So we're at a fork in the road, literally. And listen carefully, because one of these forks doesn't lead to a good place. And one of these forks is where we just continue doing what we're doing, where our government is still a weapon against us. They're not telling us the truth. They're not telling us what you're hearing here. We're still jabbing kids in Alberta. It's on the childhood vaccine schedule. So our public health officials doing their job will be bugging parents and encouraging all of this vaccination. And unlikely that's happening in every single province. And the media isn't being responsive, and the police aren't investigating, and all our institutions are against us. And if we continue down this path, well, what's going to happen when the dam breaks and that movable middle that right now don't know that their loved ones have died and are injured because of a vaccine that we should have never used, that this is in most charitably just gross negligence, but they're going to conclude it's malice. What are they going to do when they come to this realization, wait a second, the government and our institutions were used as a weapon to kill people important to me, to injure my family and friends and maybe me? Where do they get their justice when they're still weapons? Where do they get their they want vengeance, not let alone justice. So how do we do you see the problem? Where do we go once the majority says enough's enough and all our institutions are still weapons against us and we can't use them for justice? Do you see the problem here? Like, I don't want to go through a French Revolution that ends up with a dictator. I don't want us deciding how we're going to have a different political system that's more responsive when we're in anger and seeking vengeance and divided and our institutions are against us. That doesn't lead anywhere I want to go. See, and the other path is for every provincial government to just tell the truth. Just come clean. Tell the truth. And stop vaccinating kids. And start telling the police, you start investigating. And set up a separate police body to investigate the police for their COVID crimes. And then set up a transitional government to investigate you. And then, when the movable middle, when most of us come to this conclusion, wait a second, we need justice, we've got some institutions to hang on to, not perfectly, but wait a second, we are pursuing justice. The police are investigating. The government has set up a transitional government. Our institutions are being brought back. We can carry ourselves through that storm and have measured justice with rule of law. And then when we're through that peacefully, then we can decide how we're going to reorganize ourselves politically so our government can't be a weapon against us again. Do you see how different these outcomes are going to be? And what is it? Like, is it... It's likely our government is afraid of liability. But, so every premier in the province and every cabinet member in the province, I'm going to ask you, or the country, let's go country-wise. I have a question for you. And that is, do you honestly believe that you're not going to jail? Right? And let's put this into context. So, and I'm speaking to the premiers and I'm speaking to the cabinet members. Let's reason this out. I'm not talking about what happened in COVID. I'm talking about the kids jabbed today. The kids jabbed in March 2025. Because unless I'm from another planet, then we all know, or ought to know, that children are not at danger of dying from COVID-19. And unless I'm from another planet, then we know, or ought to know, that this vaccine is killing some of our kids and harming a lot more. And I've practiced law for almost 30 years, done a lot of criminal law, and I can tell you in my personal opinion what we're doing today, when we harm a child, it's criminal negligence causing bodily harm. And when we kill a child, it is criminal negligence causing death. And we've crossed that Rubicon, because we know so much. We've crossed that Rubicon where, in my opinion, it's culpable homicide. Now, you're not going to be able to escape that. You can go down the route where we deny this, and then we're in a societal crisis because we need justice, and we have no mechanism to peacefully do this. Or you can do us a service so that our children and our grandchildren live in a better Canada. Now, I'm not going to have grandchildren because my kids, I'm pretty sure we're all vaxxed. So my bloodline ends, and a lot of ours, it's going to end. But we need justice in a measured and peaceful way, don't we? We just do. Now, so that's my question for the politicians. My questions for you is who are you going to be? And I got to go back to Arthur Pileski's dream, and I know some of you have heard it, but some of you haven't. And even if you had, it's good to hear it again. And so I had Arthur tell me his dream, and this is a pre-COVID dream. And he sees this fence that literally goes into the horizon as far as the eye can see. and everyone in the world is sitting on the fence. Like, isn't this wonderful symbolism? Everyone's sitting on the fence. And then God's hands come down and grab the fence, and God starts shaking the fence. And this fence is whipping back and forth, and everyone's hanging on to the top of the fence because they actually don't want to pick a side. They kind of like having a little bit of both worlds. But God doesn't stop, and then we all realize we're going to fall off the fence, and now we have to decide which side of the fence are we falling on. Are we going to fall on God's side of the fence, where actually we have to love each other like we love ourselves? And love isn't a feeling, it's an action word. So if we're talking about saving kids, are you going to fall on the side of the fence where you're actually spending most of your spare time and most of your resources trying to save kids? Or are you going to fall on the side of the fence where you don't have to love, love's just a feeling, where you go to rallies like this and go watch the NCI, but you're really not doing anything. You're not sacrificing at all to save kids. Like, you're going to fall on that side of the fence? Well, you got to decide. I think we're actually here right now. I think the world is being shaken. Canada is being shaken right now. And so my question for you is which side of the fence are you going to choose to fall on? Because you can't stay on there much longer. And I just want to share, I was walking around in the back, and another experience I had came to mind. And I had shared it at the NCI in one of the openings. But yeah, I don't know, I'm 8 or 9, and my mom drags me to the public library, and we watched this World War II film that was taken by some soldier in the German army. And it's black and white, and it's all scratchy, there's no sound. And apparently it's in Eastern Europe, and some partisans had been killing German soldiers. So for retribution, they literally were lining up civilians against a wall to shoot them in a firing squad. And so you see all these civilians lined up against a wall, and you see this line of German soldiers. And then there must be an order to raise rifles, because all these rifles raise, except for one. And then the rifles all go down, so there must have been an order for the rifle to go down, and the officer goes, and he's having a conversation with that soldier that didn't raise his rifle. And then that soldier lays his rifle down and walks to the wall with the civilians. And then, the rifles are raised, and everyone's shot, including that soldier. And now you're all here thinking, oh, wow, what a wonderful example of somebody that was willing to stand up. And I was actually, the real point of the story is that the rest of the soldiers raised their rifles. The rest of the soldiers followed orders. Dr. Gary Davidson was up here talking about how we all participated in this. We raised our rifles, and we all did to a degree too. And so when I ask you to choose who you're going to be, understand this is a wonderful time. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's happening. The shaking's happening. We're going to win. But we're only going to win, and Dr. Davidson raised it, if we start participating. So before I get dragged off the stage, thanks for letting me share.
I would never do such a thing. I got the crappiest job. I got to come up here and tell them all they got to stop talking. I just want to give a shout out to my home constituency. I was getting texts in the back, so shout out to Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright, where there's, 50 to 75 of you watching this back home. I think that's pretty cool. I'm hearing of other watch parties across the province and different parts of the world, and I think that's important to point out. Which brings us to our final speaker. He's been all over the world. He's an American inventor, entrepreneur, and public speaker with a diverse background in finance, technology, and intellectual property. He holds a PhD from the University of Virginia, where he also served as a Batten Fellow at the Darden Graduate School of Business Administration. He founded MCAM Inc. in 1998, a company focused on intangible asset finance, patent quality assessment, and innovation funding. His work has positioned him as a global advocate for intellectual property accountability, collaborating with entities like the U.S. Congress, the European Union, and various regulatory agencies across 160 countries. In regards to COVID-19, he has illuminated us all on the origins of the virus, the role of patents, and the motivations behind the pandemic response. Alberta, please give a warm welcome to Dr. David E. Martin.
Here we go. You got it. You know, I watched the hockey game, right? So I'm not going to boo, but there is a slide in here which you're going to really want to, you know, break their rules and take a picture of, because I have a "Oh My God, Canada," which is as close to the national anthem as I'm going to get tonight. But my job here is just back cleanup. I mean, I listen to everybody else. You've had some amazing opportunities to get your, you know, aperture opened up, see some things that you haven't seen before. And my job is to not be nice. That's partially because, you know, I come from the land down under, you know, so there is that whole 51st state thing that we're talking about. And I feel like we're a little bit more at home in Alberta, because we at least say, let's, you know, get a free trade zone between the two of us or something like that. So, now, but I do have to say, I'm not going to be nice. Now, everybody up here has been super cool, and it's like, well, we don't really know why, and we don't know. That's bullshit. And I grew up hand milking cows on a farm in Pennsylvania, and one of the things you learn when you're milking cows by hand is which end shit comes out of. And that's shit. So let's call it what it is. This was a mass planned genocide. You cannot accidentally kill people. And I can assure you that the cabinet and the premier of this province are actively involved in reckless homicide today. So stop kissing people's ass. If any injection goes into any arm from this moment forward, you are on notice. And it goes from reckless homicide to premeditated murder after I get done with my speech. That's what it is. So stop pretending it isn't. And I'm tired of this soft pedaling where we're supposed to be nice to genocidal, homicidal maniacs. It's time that we stop pretending and start calling them out. Okay, so I get it. We want political sensitivity. But you know what you can't have? You can't have what happened at the end of the Nuremberg trials. At the end of the Nuremberg trials, we decided that about 20 bad guys needed to go on trial. We killed most of them. Some went to jail. A couple of them died in the process. But what we never did was we never talked about the doctors who actually did the actual studies on human subjects in the camps. We didn't talk about the pharmacists and the chemical companies that did all of the chemistry that went into killing people. We didn't do any of that because we decided, because it was fashionable to decide, that we're going to hold a couple people accountable and everybody else just says sorry. See, I said it the right way, Canada. Sorry. Well, kiss my sorry ass. You cannot do that. Every single pharmacy, every single public health officer, by 2018, had the ability, if they are literate, to know that absolutely everything in this injection was lethal. Every single component was known and published to be lethal in 2018. For those of you not familiar with a conventional calendar, that's 2 years before all this nonsense happened. So anybody who tells me we were doing our best to follow the science is lying. And I'm not interested in having a civil conversation with lying, genocidal, homicidal maniacs. I'm interested in pointing out the facts. And I'm going to do that really fast. Now, von Hayek is very famous for this quote, and I love this. And by the way, seriously, if you want to take a picture of the slide, these are all yours. You can take a picture of it now, you can take a picture of it later, it doesn't matter. But the great news is we need to understand that this principle, which von Hayek talked about in Austria, is in fact a principle that we have to keep in mind all the time. And the problem, if you read the rest of his essay, is not only do we like to use emergencies to instill a permanent alteration in things, but the problem is we don't go back to the pre-emergency condition. We never go back to the pre-emergency condition. And that's unacceptable, because this is a way to manipulate a public into accepting a thing it would not otherwise accept. And we know that because they've said it. Right? Now we have CEOs of pharmaceutical companies that said, if we told people it was a gene therapy, they would have never taken it. Okay, newsflash. They did tell you it was a gene therapy. Every single one of the manufacturers did. The FDA's official document on mRNA said it was an experimental gene therapy. And they said that if we don't call it a vaccination, people won't take it. But it turns out that deceptive medical practices is illegal on both sides of the Canadian-U.S. border. And not a single person has decided to file those charges. Not one. And that's a simple one. That's low-hanging fruit. Now, I am obligated, because I actually have what's called a moral compass. I know that's a very rare thing these days. But I'm obligated every time I get on stage to point this out. This is actually a quote published March 2015 from a statement that was made in 2014 by the co-conspirators who brought us the COVID-19 scam. And I want to read it. To sustain the funding base. Let's start with that sentence. Does that sound like public health to you? Let's keep reading because it gets better. Beyond the crisis, we need to increase the public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures such as a pan-influenza or pan-coronavirus vaccine. Remember the date on this? It was stated in 2014, published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in March of 2015. Anybody familiar with how long before COVID that was? And by the way, during that period of time, the World Health Organization had said that SARS-CoV was already, are you ready for this? An eradicated disease. So why would we need a vaccine for an eradicated disease, declared such by the World Health Organization? Oh, that's right, because it never was a disease. SARS 1.0 wasn't either. SARS 1.0 was the first round of the bioweapon release, and SARS 2.0 was the second round. And newsflash, we get to the real interesting piece. And by the way, is there like media in this room? Awesome, so let's go ahead and do this, because here's your indictment. And you sucker punched into this, and then you're not smart enough to do the simple research to go, hey, newsflash, maybe we should have read the operating plan, which says a key driver is the media and the economics will follow the hype. Did you hear that one? That sounds like public health through and through. The economics will follow the hype. I don't know. I didn't get a journalism degree. But hype doesn't feel like following the science, does it? People, listen, we've been duped. But part of the problem is you all have actually sat there and gone, well, that sounds like a bad thing. Clearly, there must have been a good motivation for it. No, there wasn't, because let's finish the sentence. We need to use the hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will respond if they see profit at the end of the process. Wow. Wow. You think that investors will respond is a statement that says the Alberta government and AHS were trying to do their best. Bullshit. Not a single one of them told you the truth. And it's not kind of a lie. This was actually domestic terrorism for the purpose of reckless homicide leading to now premeditated murder. That's what it was. So stop pretending it isn't. Now, people get upset when I do this because I like to show people the inconvenient things called facts. And by the way, the reason why I continue to move around the globe largely unimpeded is because I say things that if they weren't true, I'd be sued for libel. Because I say nasty things about bad people. And we were just told we're not supposed to really judge. Well, guess what? I'm not judging. I'm not judging. I'm just pointing out, I don't know, the self-evident facts, like April of 2001, April 20th of 2001, when the CDC decided to file the patent on the human coronavirus isolated from humans. Isn't it fascinating that only 2 days later, in 2001, there was a vaccine for the thing that had been invented 2 days earlier? Now, I don't know if you're familiar with science, but that feels kind of back to the future-ish. That's like a Doc Brown moment to what? Go into the future to get data on the thing that had been discovered 2 days earlier and filed in, oh, that's right, a paper patent in the patent office, which could have not been disclosed for 18 months. So somehow mysteriously, a thing that had not been invented already had a vaccine for the thing that had been discovered 2 days earlier, with data in the patent on the vaccine for a thing that had happened 2 days earlier, according to the official record. Ladies and gentlemen, that actually doesn't really happen in the world unless criminals are colluding. That's the CDC. And that's a little company called Sequoia Pharmaceuticals. Now, you're all familiar with this image because I've used it before. But what I wanted to show you is, for those of you not familiar with it, this nonsense started in 1965. And that means that for those of you who are not paying attention, 12 years after the model of DNA was isolated, right? So this 1953 is when DNA started being recognized. So only 12 years later, the first thing that we found that we could turn into a biological weapon was coronavirus. Did you know that? That was the first thing we discovered. And it turns out that across the next 2 years, the United States and the United Kingdom decided to send infected tissue between the US and the UK to see if we could infect healthy volunteers. I don't know how you guys do volunteers up here, but I don't know that I would necessarily sign up if I had informed consent that says, yeah, go ahead and shove that thing up my nose because I want to test a thing to see if it causes a thing. That's a stupid proposition. But by 1966 and 1967, we actually established that coronavirus was the best viral model to use as a vector to get people infected with other things. That's kind of an interesting problem when you realize that in 2000, Pfizer filed its first vaccine patent on the spike protein. Doesn't that sound like warp speed? Now, I'm familiar. We're up in Calgary and we're in Alberta, so I know that you guys know what maple syrup is up here. This warp speed was running as fast as maple syrup doesn't run in, say, February in the tundra. The spike protein vaccine that Pfizer filed was in 2000. 2000. Oops. That doesn't sound like warp speed, does it? And the reason why you don't know about this particular patent or the research associated with it is everything that it was injected into died. Oops. Now, the reason why you don't know about this is conveniently, we decided that we weren't going to play with that until we got to April of 2002. And in April of 2002, Ralph Berg and his team of minions at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, patented what I'm now quoting from their patent was the infectious replication defective clone of coronavirus. That meant that we're going to take the coronavirus model, we were going to turn it into an envelope, we're going to put other things into that envelope, and we're going to deliver that into the cells so that it can infect people. But this is actually the admission that it's a bullet. It's a bullet. It's meant to hit a target, but unlike virus models that had been advanced before, this one wasn't supposed to propagate. And lo and behold, that patent filed in 2002 became SARS 1.0. Do you all know that? That was the patent on SARS 1.0. And the reason why I know it was because when we had SARS 1.0, we were told that this was going to be a pandemic that was going to ravage the earth, and guess what happened? About 800 people got sick and died. And probably, like in COVID, most of them were dying anyhow. But what we do know is that the weapon didn't go off the way it was supposed to, and there was a lot of people that were upset about that, so they decided that they needed to up the ante. Not surprisingly, we actually had the gain-of-function research that was approved the next year in 2003, so that the CDC and Sequoia Pharmaceuticals could actually figure that out. Now, my first briefing on all this nonsense happened in 2002. So when people say I'm somehow a COVID specialist, I'm not. I've been doing bioweapons inspections for the United States government since the 1980s and 1990s. So the bad news is I've been around this game a long time. I know how the game is played. We make a weapon, we deploy a weapon, and then we tell people that they need to come to us to rescue themselves from the weapon that we just deployed. And that's the game plan. That's what happened here. But there's a very interesting thing that happened when, in 2005, this is the part that everybody gets upset about, and I'm going to go ahead and speak directly to your provincial government here, when they actually pretend like this is just a pandemic and they were doing their best. The architect of this called this biowarfare enabling technology in 2005. Now, Canada has laws against biological warfare. Did you know that? Really robust laws. You actually adopted the post-Nuremberg laws that actually suggested that it's a bad idea to have biological weapons. Now, mind you, Canada hasn't paid attention to following or honoring that law, but you at least have the law. We don't have it. Because despite the fact that the United States prosecuted the Nuremberg trials, we did not adopt the Nuremberg Code, which everybody in the U.S. seems to forget. Like, we didn't do it. We came up with the rule, and then we decided, not for us. I know it's terribly American to do that, come up with a rule for everybody else, and it doesn't apply to America because we just know better. But the problem I want to show you on this particular slide is the fact that the lie that you were told about safe and effective was known to be a lie in 2010. In 2010, when the National Science Foundation grant, which was called Darwinian Chemical Systems, did you hear that? Let me just repeat it. Darwinian Chemical Systems. Anybody feeling good about that? That's a warm and fuzzy kind of Christmas feeling for you? When that grant showed that it was possible to take mRNA and transfect and translate it into human DNA and other cell lines, that's when Moderna, the company, was born. Moderna is the outgrowth of that grant. The first patent is the co-investigator on the National Science Foundation grant and the lead investor of Flagship Biosciences, which was the investment bank firm that actually put the check in to create Moderna. Interestingly enough, no real history on that. And that's going to ring a little tiny bell when we come back to sometimes funding happens and nobody really knows where the money came from. University of British Columbia. Not that I'm mentioning a Canadian interest, University of British Columbia. Which leads us to the decade of the vaccines in 2011, which is when the Gates Foundation, National Institutes of Health, NIAID, the Wellcome Trust, all of the Chinese CDC, all of the US CDC, and a lot of our allies got together and said, in 2011, by September of 2020, the universal vaccine will be accepted globally. That was in 2011 in a publication called The Decade of Vaccines, published by the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board of the World Health Organization. Now, I don't know how you are with forecasting up here in Calgary, but if you can forecast that the world is going to accept a universal vaccine by 2020 and 2011, that's a 9 years hence kind of projection. There's a high probability that you have a plan to do that. Well, they did have a plan. And that plan was published again inside of what was called the World at Risk publication. It was published on September 18th, 2019, in which the following was stated. A rapidly spreading pandemic due to a lethal respiratory pathogen, whether naturally emergent or accidentally or deliberately released. That was published September 18th, 2019. There are two words in that sentence that are highly problematic to all the BS that we hear about at conferences like this. The term lethal before respiratory pathogen, that's a problem, because that means we knew it was deadly. And then the word released. You know what you don't hear about in any of the, how did it get into circulation? Was it a lab leak? Was it the Wuhan wet market? Was it a bat and a pangolin that went into a bar and got on a bender one night after a hockey game? What was it? Oh, that's right. Accidental or intentional release. That's an act, ladies and gentlemen. That is not an accident. That is an act. And what was the metric? By September 2020, the world would accept a universal vaccine. Stop pretending not to know. It's insulting to your intelligence and to everyone's intelligence. Stop pretending not to know. They knew they were going to kill people for the purpose of instilling terror. They knew that the intervention that they were going to do was going to kill people. And by September of 2018, oh my God, Canada, I promised you the slide. That is the legal proceedings of the University of British Columbia's fight with Moderna on who owned lipid nanoparticles. Oh, that's right, decided in the Patent Trial Appeals Board in November of 2018. Did you hear the date on that? Now, coincident with this mysterious lawsuit where Pfizer and BioNTech and Moderna were fighting with the University of British Columbia's various corporations, and holy cow, if you look at the history of those corporations, it reads literally like a bloodbath. Like, oh, that's right, some of the investors in these corporations died in a plane crash that might have taken out a former premier. Did I say that out loud in Canada? I'm not supposed to say that, because that would suggest that somebody was trying to kill the evidence. Except they were, and that's why that happened. And we're sitting here pretending like, oops, we don't know anything about that. Just look the other way. Well, here's a tiny little problem. Don't look the other way. When you have to murder people to cover up an international crime, we should be concerned about that. We should be equally concerned about the fact that here in Canada, we enabled the largest genocide in human history, courtesy of University of British Columbia. The largest genocide in human history, enabled right here in Canada. That sucks. Yeah, a lot of people are sorry. And I like that we're at least saying sorry the way we should say sorry. Because I get sorry about that. That's a twofer right there. From a yank, that's pretty good. Sorry about that. But nobody bothers to look at this, and nobody bothers to look at the dates on this thing, and nobody bothers to look at the communications around the dates on this and go, hold on a second, why was Arbutus and Acuitas and all these other companies, why were they so freaking interested in mRNA vaccines when, oh, that's right, nobody was manufacturing them? Why would you have a patent fight, a very costly patent fight? Why would you do that if there was no commercial interest in the thing that you were fighting about? Unless there was a commercial interest in the thing you were fighting about, in which case you would be fighting about that thing. And it turns out I made these allegations. I've been told I'm very anti-Canadian, and I'm probably, just an American with an axe to grind? No. The crime could only have happened if UBC was allowed with impunity to enable biological warfare enabling technologies. And that is a violation of Canadian law. And you know what I've not seen a single Canadian do? Even allege what I just said. Even allege it. Not a single Canadian. Why is a bow tie wearing Virginian from the United States the only one that has the, I don't know which part of the anatomy you need, but I'll go ahead and let you fill in whatever piece of anatomy you think. Why is it that a bow tie wearing Virginian is the only one that seems to point out Canadian law, which says that if you enable the production and distribution of biological weapon, you are guilty of penalties that include years in prison, hundreds of millions of dollars of fines, and I understand it's Canadian dollars and those suck, so let's call it half of hundreds of millions of dollars of crimes. Until Alberta becomes the state, and then we have dollars, and then that's all good. And then Canada participates in my favorite thing, which is this little thing, which was the EHCR, the European Convention on Human Rights, and the modification of a little thing that the World Health Organization did in 2018, which was really cool. What they did was they decided to change the definition of an adverse event following vaccination so that it could only be an adverse event if there was published literature proving that the event was an adverse event based on the vaccination. Isn't that really clever? You're going to roll out a thing that's never been used. You're not even going to have it be a vaccination. You're going to have it be a genetically modified product that is supposed to genetically modify an organism. We don't have any data on it. We don't have any safety, efficacy, anything else data. We don't have any data on the thing, but we're going to go ahead and roll it out. And it cannot, by law, have an adverse event because we changed the law on what an adverse event is. Which means everybody can die from this thing, and every public health agency around the world can get up and say there were no adverse events. You know why? Because they changed the legal definition of what an adverse event was. They erased the evidence before there was evidence. Convenient when you can do that, under the cloak of darkness. Can't get off the stage without pointing out that the Commonwealth is all over this. Eliza Manningham-Buehler, and this is where you know that I must be absolutely mad, head of the Secret Service, MI5, was the architect of this thing. Yes, I said it. There you go. She was the head of the Wellcome Trust at the time this happened, along with Jeremy Farr. Did you know that? This was a UK intel op. You're not supposed to say that in Commonwealth countries. You're actually not supposed to say that in any country because they get pissed when you say it. But the problem is, that's who it was. Julia Gillard, that wonderful prime minister from Australia who was so rock solid when she was prime minister. Woohoo! Also leading the mass genocide. Jeremy Farr, Dame Amelia Fawcett at State Street, and none other than our lovely friend that we like to point out all the time, Dustin Moskowitz, the co-founder of Facebook, who funded all of this so he could get CRISPR technology approved under an emergency use authorization. That's right, gene editing needed to have something to edit. And we know from Dolly the sheep and every other experiment that we did, we know that the public wouldn't accept it. So what we're going to do is we're going to defile every child, every newborn, every mother, every gestating mother. We're going to defile all of them so we can do what? Build the inventory of people who need gene editing in the future. Oh, shit. Did he say that out loud? Yes, he did. See, people, this was about profit at the cost of human life. This was genocide for hire. That's what it was. And until we embrace that that's the reality we're dealing with, we're fooling ourselves. I'm going to end with this slide. Do we need Nuremberg 2.0? The answer is we don't, because Nuremberg was wrong. We need something more akin to what South Africa did at the end of apartheid. We need truth and reconciliation. But for that to work, you have to have three elements. First of all, you have to have absolute disclosure of the truth. And until anyone, by the way, has the courage to stand on a stage, me, naked on a stage for that matter, so nobody can have a bug in my ear or anything else. I'll sit naked on a stool. And the other side with all of their computers, all their information, whatever they want. If they can take down a single one of my facts, I'll shut up. But here's the problem. They can't. There was a several hundred thousand, went up to, I think, $1 million challenge after Plandemic came out for anybody to go on stage with me and debate a single fact that I said. Nobody would take it. So here's the bad news. Nuremberg's not what we need. We need truth, and we need to have the email communication between the people that did all this. That needs to be unredacted, and it needs to be in public. Number one. Number two, we have to have contrition. Because this is not a say you're sorry. This is contrition. This is actually the remediation that says we are stopping gain-of-function research. We are going to UBC, and we're going to look at the money that was laundered through UBC to enable biowarfare, and we're going to actually out every single person involved in that. And that's the kind of thing that we have to do. We have to do the same thing at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. We need to do that everywhere we can go, because every person involved in this needs to actually have a contrite response to this, not a I was doing my job at the time. Because the job at the time was known by 2018 to be premeditated murder. That is not a job you can ever hide behind. And you never will be able to hide behind, so don't pretend. So it's truth, it's contrition, and then under Crown law you have something that's very unique. We don't have it in the United States, but you do have it here in Commonwealth. You have the ability, under fraudulent inducement, to have the aggrieved party be recovered to their pre-aggrieved state. Hear what I said? That means every small business that was closed. That means every person who was injured. That means every person who had a loss of life, loss of employment, loss of anything else, has to be returned to the condition they were before the violation happened. Did you hear what I just said? Before the violation happened. You know what that means? That means Pfizer and Moderna have a legal obligation to find out how to fix the shit that they put into people's bodies. That's their legal obligation under Commonwealth law. And until we've done that, we have not even come close to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I love the fact that 5 years into this thing, and now 23 years into fighting for humanity, I have never had to retract a single word I've said. Not once. Because you have not heard my opinion. Every single one of these things is a referenced fact. You can look them up. And the reason why what's happening here tonight is so critical is it is time for the cabinet of Alberta to, for the first time on the planet, have a group of elected officials stand together and stand for the first time for humanity. And just between us chickens, that was worth me flying up to Alberta and hanging out in Calgary to let you know that if you ever have anybody in that community that is going to have the courage to stand up, you've got one bald bow tie wearing penguin upside down. Yes, if you look closely, the penguins are upside down because that's how you show that you're in distress. That was, by the way, for the environmental movement. I wanted to make sure that they knew I cared about penguins. I have a maple leaf tie, but it's not red and white, so I didn't wear it. The point is, you have an ally. And you have an army of allies, because the fact of the matter is, we, the people, can stand together. And it's time that we all do. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Before I let everybody out of here tonight, the lawyer of Detective Helen Gruss is, yes, Bath-Sheba. Is she kicking in here somewhere? She would like to say a prayer before we go for Detective Helen. And if no one's opposed, I think we'll give her the, yes, motion passed. Thank you.
Good evening. So when I was listening to Dr. Byram Bridle give his presentation, I thought about Detective Helen Gruss, and I thought that tonight, with all of us in this room, with all of this positive energy, that we should say a prayer for Detective Helen Gruss. I'm sure many of you are aware of who she is. She's an incredible human being, an incredible police officer, a Canadian hero. It was actually the affidavit of Dr. Byram Bridle that was at the forefront of her mind when she was told by her unit in the Ottawa Police Service that there was a double to tripling of sudden infant deaths. And it was at the forefront of her mind when she heard that a baby girl died with an enlarged heart suddenly in mother's arms, and that less than a month later, another baby died in mother's arms. And when Detective Helen Gruss asked some questions, she just started probing. Maybe there's some links between these sudden infant deaths and COVID-19 vaccinations. She was shut down. She was suspended. Her reputation was dragged through the mud by CBC. And then she was eventually charged with discreditable conduct. Now, the case came to a close in January of this year, and we are waiting with bated breath for the verdict. And this morning I had a dream. It was an interesting dream because a verse came to me, and that doesn't happen. And it was a verse from Ecclesiastes 1:15. And it states that what is crooked cannot be straightened. What is missing cannot be counted. And so I looked this up, and it's really fitting to what we're living today, in that we're living in very corrupt circumstances. We have a lot of knowledge. What do we do with it? And this proverb really speaks to the need for prayer, the need for God in our lives, the miracle to do the work. And so I ask for us, I don't have anybody's hand to hold, but I would like to take the position that Detective Helen Gruss and I took every day of the hearing. We would start the day with a prayer together. We would close our eyes and we hold each other's hands. So I ask that you hold each other's hands, and I'm just going to say a short prayer, close my eyes, and I say, Dear God, we pray for Detective Helen Gruss. We pray that she is found not guilty. We pray that the heart of the hearing officer is filled with love and compassion, and that he finds Detective Helen Gruss not guilty. That Detective Helen Gruss is promoted to sergeant. That she leads a team that will continue to look into why there was a sudden increase, an uptick, triple to doubling of sudden infant deaths, and any links between COVID-19 vaccinations. We pray, God, that our hearts are filled with love and compassion and with the courage to speak the truth, to work together, and that criminal investigations are initiated for that is key for our rule of law, that is key for the love of humanity. Amen. Thank you.
Just in closing, I want to thank everybody for coming out to the second injection of truth. I'm sure that I can, for Darrell and Eric, the courage to put it on in their entire team, but for everybody else to show up and make this event what it is. Appreciate you all coming out, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Fly me to the moon. And ever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am free again. Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am
Healing Humanity. I'm Darrell Komick. I'm the president of Calgary Lougheed and the executive producer of An Injection of Truth. I just want to thank everyone for being here today. Normally we would have our press conference at the end of the event, but given the flight arrangements of many of our presenters, we wanted to have an opportunity for all media to speak with them directly. Our number one question that we get asked is, why are you doing this event? And the reason for the why is that we would like to have the government of Alberta to stop mRNA vaccinations for children, pregnant, and breastfeeding mothers. Now this happens to be the recommendation of the Davidson report. It's also the recommendation of the December 4th US report, which is like the Davidson report. And it's a growing recommendation of science around the world. And it's because new information has emerged and is available. We need our politicians to be alert to the change in data and information. They can't just choose one way or the other, or just the old way, because it was politically expedient. They need to take in new information and make decisions based on that new information. So today, at our media event, we want to make the speakers available to you to interview directly. There won't be any time this evening at An Injection of Truth. It's a sold-out event. It's going to stream to about 26,000 people live tonight, and probably when we're done in a week, it'll be 2.5 million like last time. So what I want to do is just let our speakers that are here today say a few words to you, and then I want to adjourn and allow you to speak to them directly. So I'm going to introduce them first. Immediately to my left, this is Dr. David Speicher. Then we have Shawn Buckley, who's legal counsel for the National Citizens Inquiry. To my right, your left, is Dr. David Martin. Then we have Dr. Joanny Liu, Dr. Denis Rancourt, and down at the end, Dr. Byram Bridle. Dr. Davidson will be with us tonight, as will Jeff Rath at An Injection of Truth. So just a few minutes, comments from each of the speakers this evening.
Hi, as a scientist, I have personally tested 44 mRNA mRNA vials. I've tested 32 in Canada, 3 in the US, 6 in Ireland, and 3 in Australia. All of these have DNA higher than the legal limits. All of the Pfizer vials and the brand new boosters have SV40 sequences in there, and these have a great potential of causing harm, and this sort of thing is not being taken seriously. Evidence is piling up. It's time to call a stop to these shots. There are all kinds of the vaccine injured out there which are overlooked, and as a government, a lot of things could be done better.
Thanks, David. I'm trying to pull the date out of my mind, but wasn't it September 14th, 2022 when Health Canada, it was 2022 or 2023, it must have been 2023 when Health Canada approved the COVID-19 vaccine for infants 60 days and up. 2 days after that, the National Citizens Inquiry Commissioners issued an interim report calling for the cessation of all vaccination of children. And now we have an Alberta government report by Dr. Davidson also calling for immediately stopping the vaccination of children. And I think we need to consider this from a legal perspective. I think that it is fair to say, and I would like to be challenged on this, that children in Canada, healthy children, really have no risk at all of dying from COVID. But we are injecting them with a treatment that is clearly causing death and clearly causing physical harm to many of them. I've practiced criminal law for 30 years. I view this as my legal opinion, my personal legal opinion, that we are committing criminal negligence causing death, criminal negligence causing bodily harm, and we've crossed the Rubicon into culpable homicide. And who is responsible for this at the end of the day? Who makes the decisions in a province? Because provinces have the jurisdiction for administrating healthcare. It's the cabinets. It's the cabinets. And I am wondering if cabinet members are pondering the question about whether or not they will face legal liability going forward. We're not talking about COVID when we're all in a panic. We're talking about here in March 2025, in every province in Canada today, we will have injected children starting at 60 days old and up. And we need to start thinking about our liability. We need to start thinking about why we're doing this. We need to ask the question, why are other jurisdictions not doing this? And other jurisdictions backing down on this? And I think the Davidson report needs to be taken very seriously.
Well, I have the good fortune or bad fortune, depending on your point of view, of taking issue with the term vaccination. Vaccination is a legally defined term, and it does not include experimental gene therapy. What is being injected has been classified and continues to this day to be classified as experimental gene therapy. And no sound-minded person anywhere would ever engage in the experimental injection of experimental gene therapy in any population. It is reckless, it's harmful, and in the case of the public understanding of what vaccination is as a public health measure, the purpose of vaccination is to disrupt infection or transmission of a disease. That is the legal definition of what a vaccination should do. There is no chance, and by no chance I mean zero chance, that what is injected into the arms of anyone in the name of mRNA injections meets the legal standard of a vaccination. Therefore, it cannot meet the legal standard of the public health measure. The only reason why this has been done is because a set of propaganda, which was put in place in 2014, which said we needed media to create the hype so that the public would accept a medical countermeasure for pan-coronavirus vaccine. And by the way, this was stated very unambiguously. The fact is that this experimental gene therapy was known to write itself into the gene sequence of humanity, which is the reason why in 2010, the Darwinian Chemical Systems Grant, and you heard me say that correctly, Darwinian Chemical Systems Grant from the National Science Foundation of the United States became the company Moderna. It became the company Moderna because they had figured out that their injection of mRNA in fact did write into the human genome. We have zero safety data on whether any of this is safe. We do know that the components, as we heard from David and from others, the components include known toxic agents. We know that the Canadian supplied technology of lipid nanoparticles is a known toxic agent. We know that pseudouridine, which is in all of the mRNA shots, was known to be a pro-oncologic, pro-cancer agent, which is the reason why we have rapid proliferation of what's called turbo-cancers, a term that, if you go back 5 years ago, never existed. The reason why it didn't exist is because it didn't exist. We now have it because we put pseudouridine in every shot. And pseudouridine in 2018 was published to be known to be a pro-oncologic tumor accelerator. These are not vaccines. The public must be informed immediately that they are not vaccines. They are experimental gene therapy of a known biological warfare enabling technology. That's not my term and it's not my opinion. It was funded as such in 2005 under the DARPA grant, which created this thing. So when I say that term and people get animated, then they say, oh, you shouldn't use hyperbolic terms. I'm not. I'm using terms that were used by the researchers who actually made the thing. And by the way, when I make that allegation, it's not an allegation, it's an accusation. To the point that was just made, this is a criminal act. It is criminal to inject a known toxic agent into any population. And under the principles of vaccination, and this is very critical to understand from a childhood standpoint, under the principles of vaccination, where you have to make a public calculation of risk-benefit analysis. The risk is what is the risk about the untreated population? If we don't inject the child, what's the child's likelihood of some sort of catastrophic illness or death? And the answer is zero. Zero. That's the answer. We have zero. And the reason that's the case is because COVID was a set of symptoms. COVID never had a differential diagnosis like we have in all other medicine. COVID was a set of symptoms. And as long as you had a consensus of 7 to 8 of the 11 symptoms, you were classified as having COVID. Ironically, SARS-CoV-2 infection was not one of the criteria. So there's no such thing as an injection or vaccination for COVID because COVID is merely a set of symptoms. And this is where, unfortunately, linguistic games that were played during the entirety of the pandemic were duping the public into exactly what was stated was going to be their mission. Get the media to create hype, use the hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will respond if they see profit at the end of the process. Does that sound like public health? And we are murdering children. And should the cabinet take action? Yes. But it should go one step further. It should actually ask for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission among the health professionals in Alberta and across Canada to say that it's time that we take public culpability for the fact that we have killed and maimed the lives of countless thousands of children and adults. And we've done it with impunity for the sole purpose of investors returning a profit at an end of a process. Their public statement in 2014 in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in the United States. This is not a hunch. This is not a theory. This is evidence and fact. And the fact that the public is not informed of it is because the media has failed in informing the public of what should be a matter of open record.
I'm Dr. Joanny Liu, and I want people to thrive. I want children to thrive. It's been very difficult over the last 5 years in order for people to thrive. They've been scared, they've been ridiculed, they've been bullied, it's just not normal to treat people with such cruelty. And I cannot stand by and allow that anymore. As a doctor of Chinese medicine with an engineering background, my purpose is to solve problems. The Code of Ethics for a professional engineer holds supreme public safety. As a doctor, I hold supreme to do no harm. So what has been going on the last 5 years where we have a few doctors who dare to speak out and who are punished for it? Where is everybody else? Why are you still afraid to speak up? I spoke up, got into trouble for it. That's okay. I paid my dues, and I will do it again because I believe in people. I believe that at the heart of even the most evil, that there is goodness inside them. So I will always be working to bring that goodness out of them. I will be speaking about that tonight, and I look very forward to be joining with my colleagues to send a positive message to all of you. Thank you.
My name is Denis Rancourt. I'm a scientist, I'm a physicist, I'm an epidemiologist, and I'm going to be presenting a somewhat different perspective from most of my colleagues. I'll be showing hard data of the type that governments gather very well, mortality data. So I study mortality, all-cause mortality, but also mortality that the government and the medical establishment ascribes as being caused by something. Both kinds of data. One is very hard. The person died, you know they died. You know how old they were, you know where they died, and you collect that, and you can look at that mortality in a given jurisdiction. It can be a municipality in Alberta. I will present that kind of data. It can be the whole province. It can be the country. It can be different provinces. You look at it as a function of time by week. And what you see in that signal is that when society assaults its people, you increase the mortality significantly. And then you can quantify how much mortality occurred and when it occurred and in response to which policies it occurred. And I'll be showing data that demonstrates unambiguously that there are waves of mortality that directly follow the rollouts of vaccines and the boosters. And it's a very clear signal that I have seen with my coworkers around the world in many countries. So if you roll out a booster very quickly, you get a sharp peak in excess mortality in that jurisdiction. If you roll out the booster more slowly, you get a gradual sawtooth-like shape increase in mortality. This is excess mortality that would not have occurred if you had not intervened in this way. And I'll be quantifying that data and showing you, for example, that across Canada during just the COVID period, 82,000 excess deaths occurred. And that excess mortality is continuing beyond the official close of the COVID pandemic. It's continuing in most Western countries. We've studied 125 countries so far, and Western countries have a high plateau of excess mortality that is just continuing. And so in my talk, I'll try to show data where we try to understand and interpret why that is happening And we have some very good indications as to what's going on here. And I'll end my comment today by saying that two groups in particular have been very much attacked by society, by the medical establishment, by governments, and they are the elderly, the vulnerable elderly in hospitals and in care homes were viciously attacked with measures of isolation and over-medication and vaccinations that killed large numbers of them. The other societal group that was very much harmed, especially in Alberta, are young men. Also young women, but young men in particular of working age, young adults, were devastated by the closing of industry. And I will show data worldwide and throughout history that when you close economic sectors, immediately you get excess mortality. And I'll try to explain why that happens and what is known about that. So that's the kind of data that I'll be presenting as context for this problem.
Hello, my name is Dr. Byram Bridle. I'm an immunologist and virologist. I'm an associate professor at the University of Guelph. I've come to Alberta because one of the key emphases of Alberta's report on the COVID-19 pandemic has been to promote discussions about informed consent and questioning whether informed consent was properly exercised over the past 4 years. So the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that the standard for informed consent is this. It's that what they look at is what a reasonably thinking person would have expected to have been told before consenting to a medical procedure, such as receipt of a vaccine. And tonight, at an Injection of Truth event, I am going to show people multiple documents. I'm going to show people the answer from Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada to an order paper question that was submitted in our federal parliament, in which Health Canada confirms that they never authorized the safety of these COVID-19 shots for pregnant and breastfeeding women. Never authorized that. Remarkably, the vaccine manufacturers never even asked for these shots to be used in pregnant and breastfeeding women. The product monographs, including the ones that exist today for the most current shots, clearly state that there has been no data submitted demonstrating safety or effectiveness in pregnant and breastfeeding women. Do you not think that a reasonably thinking pregnant or breastfeeding woman would have wanted that disclosed to them before they accepted these shots, and yet we mandated them for pregnant and breastfeeding women? And the other reason why I'm here today is people need to understand. I appreciate the media being here, including CTV News. Okay, leading up to this event, the people here that you're looking at the front here have been viciously smeared, including by CTV News Calgary, all right, which put out defamatory messaging, did not allow balanced and fair reporting. People like myself offered to be interviewed and we were not. They chose to select their own mouthpiece doctors to speak and would not give us an opportunity to do so. They even aired people like the president of Alberta's Medical Association, who accused us up here of spreading misinformation and as a result killing people. And as a result of that, the security for this event has had to be boosted for these speakers. And we have received threatening hate mail as a result of that kind of information being promoted. All we are seeking is the ability to hold these discussions, such as the importance of informed consent for pregnant and breastfeeding women. One side refuses to come to the table and engage in these discussions. We constantly bring ourselves to the table, and we are ready to have these discussions now. I call upon the Cabinet of Alberta to compel some kind of disclosure of evidence from people representing both sides of the debate when it comes to COVID-19 science, so the public can finally see where the evidence lies, where the overall weight of the evidence lies. Thank you.
I really want to go to this event tonight.
So our theme of An Injection of Truth is healing humanity. And I'm grateful for the talent of every scientist, doctor, lawyer, and attendee that's going to be in attendance this evening. We are simply trying to have a conversation. Having that conversation is difficult when you're gaslit, when you're smeared, and when you're defamed. This talented pool has primary data. And I challenge the other side to come with their science, with their actual science, not their political science, but their actual data science from primary research. To date, I would say they don't have any, because they have not yet been able to challenge any one of these doctors to a meaningful debate. So I call upon Albertans, Canadians, global citizens, to look at the facts, to change your paradigm. And in changing that paradigm, we hope to have healing. The underlying theme this evening is healing humanity, and there's 4 points to our pillars. Pillar 1 is acknowledging that there is actually a problem. We will present that data. 2 is to understand the information so that you can make an informed decision. Number 3 is dealing with the emotional trauma that comes from dealing with issues like long COVID. How can I have cognitive dissonance? How can I have given that shot to myself or my children? And of course, the 4th pillar is that of how do I make myself whole? And that will be very difficult. So with that, I thank you all for coming. The doctors, lawyers, and scientists will remain available for your questions, and we look forward to seeing everyone this evening.
So I guess take us through, this is the second event under your constituency and that you've been hosting. Why are you leading this charge, and what is the response from your colleagues?
Second question first. Response from my colleagues, there's been quite a bit of support. Why am I leading this charge? I had a business downtown Calgary that was lost due to mandates, became engaged in the political process, and now I represent the constituents of Calgary-Lougheed, and I've seen and heard many of their sad stories, whether it's losing their businesses, their kids being locked down, as well as many who have been vaccine injured. So I feel it's my duty as the MLA for Calgary-Lougheed to represent my constituents.
And you support, I guess, the recommendations, would that be fair to say, that the task force came up with?
100%, yes, I do support the recommendations.
All of them?
All of them.
What would be your response to folks who believe the report was biased in its inception with some of the people chosen and, not my words, but not rooted in science, that it omitted some studies or some citations are TBD, and give us where some of that data comes from?
Well, we reached out to a cross-section of doctors, immunologists, vaccinologists, virologists. Unfortunately, the only doctors who responded, other than one, all have one side of this story. And unfortunately, the other doctors, there was no one who wanted to come to the table and discuss at tonight's event.
The Premier refers to as contrarian voices, correct? The many, I guess, in the health and science field, such as the Alberta Medical Association and so forth, take issue with this report, take issue with events like this evening, saying that it is misinformation, that it's not rooted in science. Are you concerned at all that this may lead to consequences that you're not expecting?
Well, I would ask anyone who refers to this as misinformation, provide the information then. This is more information. Perhaps this is information that we didn't have 5 years ago, and I think it's important to look at all information now that we have more information, not misinformation.
But like they say, sorry, maybe I didn't ask clearly, but they say like some of the studies that are in this report that, for example, Dr. Bridle is going to reference tonight, or I expect would, that there's others that have debunked it, but they're not mentioned in the report. Are you concerned that maybe some have been chosen not to be included?
I wish they would have participated. You know, we were open. You know, we would love to have more information rather than misinformation.
But in the report, like that's available information online, like peer-reviewed studies.
Correct. So this information, my understanding after viewing the report, It's Pfizer's own data. It's the CMOH's own data. It's AHS's own data. So I would challenge anyone, like, what is the misinformation?
Okay. And last but not least, have you had the chance to speak with the health minister? Do you know which recommendations? They've been saying for a while now they're reviewing the report.
I haven't talked to her about the report yet, no.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Sounds good, okay.
All set? Can you start with your first and last name, spell it for us, and your title, please?
Okay, yeah, and my name is Dr. Byram Bridle. That's Byram Bridle. I'm an associate professor of immunology and virology at the University of Guelph.
So what is your main message tonight? What will you be presenting on?
Yeah, so I'm presenting at an Injection of Truth event tonight in Calgary, Alberta, and the emphasis of my talk will be on showing people the evidence that they need to evaluate one question. I have one question that I'm interested in posing, and that is, was the standard for informed consent met when pregnant and breastfeeding women were given COVID-19 vaccines? And at the core of that message is this, that the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that the standard for informed consent is to be what a reasonably thinking person would have expected to have been told prior to receipt of a medical intervention. And that information was to have been relayed to them by their physician. And so I'm going to show evidence. The first piece of evidence is a response to an order paper question that was posed in our federal parliament, in which Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada confirmed that to this day they have not authorized any safety indications for the COVID-19 vaccines for pregnant breastfeeding women. Further, the product monographs for both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines both indicate that, and Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada have confirmed that neither of those manufacturers even requested that their shots be administered to pregnant breastfeeding women. And their product monographs clearly indicate that no data were submitted, and there are no data available to support a safety indication, nor to assure the effectiveness of the vaccines in pregnant breastfeeding women. And then also interestingly, it notes that they can guarantee, they have no idea whether or not any the vaccines or any components thereof could be transferred through breast milk to breastfeeding infants. And of course what's interesting is now, and that's as of the current monographs that exist today, and the science clearly shows now, the peer-reviewed published science clearly shows that the current model thinking is this. The current model is that the shots go into the shoulder. Original messaging that was promoted, which was that these shots stay in the shoulder muscle, is completely untrue. It's been proven false in the peer-reviewed scientific literature umpteen times over. And the model is now this, that it gets distributed from the shoulder muscle through either the blood and or the lymphatic vessels, ultimately to the breasts, where it gets into the breast cells, and then little fat bubbles that we call exosomes bleb off of the cells in the mammary glands and can carry at least fragments of this, the RNA from these vaccines into the breast milk, which can then be fed to babies. And there's further scientific evidence suggesting that that can survive the transit through the stomach and the acidic environment of the stomach, and has the potential to transfect, in other words, get that RNA into cells of infants.
So just to make sure I'm not putting words in your mouth, you would then say that to answer your question that you're posing, you don't believe that there was proper informed consent? I
definitely question. I am open to, I'm inviting discussions about that. Yeah, the evidence, in my opinion, so I guess the way to respond to that would be, you ask yourself, would a reasonably thinking pregnant or breastfeeding woman want to know those things? And I would argue that the vast majority would. Okay, fair enough. And I know you mentioned in your comments that that there's been others who have been opposed to the views of, you know, the panel and people such as yourself. Yes. We did speak to some of those as well ahead of today's event, who do criticize, saying that some of these viewpoints lead to people not getting vaccinated at all, and that will lead to things like perhaps, I know this, we're talking COVID, but in other cases, the measles outbreaks that we're seeing south of the border. I want to point out very clearly, this has nothing to do with measles. My concerns as scientists have always been focused on COVID-19 vaccines. So are you concerned that people might stop getting COVID-19 vaccines who maybe would benefit from them? Yeah, No. I'm talking about pregnant and breastfeeding women, and they have to be given this information so that they can make a proper informed consent, provide proper informed consent, and make decisions for themselves that make the most sense. And what I want to point out is the people who have constantly accused individuals like me of spreading misinformation, they're doing it through rhetoric and ad hominem attacks. I have yet to see any hard science brought to the table and any interactive discussions, back and forth discussions between experts to discuss these things. And that's dangerous, right? Rhetoric and ad hominem attacks is dangerous, and it causes problems for lots of us who are genuine subject matter experts, just simply expressing genuine concerns to open up the door to facilitate reasonable, rational, open discussions.
And you did contribute, obviously, to as part of the task force, correct, to the COVID-19
I was a
report?
contributor to Alberta's report on the response to COVID-19 pandemic. Yes.
Yeah, and so there was some criticism that perhaps the report omitted some important studies, or say the Pediatric Association's recommendations on things like vaccines for pregnant women or for children. Your thoughts?
So again, you see, as a scientist, I'm not going to promote recommendations from a pediatric society. I promote facts. And that's all that I do. Right? Again, that's third-party information.
Do you think their recommendations aren't based in facts then?
I would like to have a discussion. I would open a discussion about what facts they based it on and put that alongside the facts that I have.
Okay, anything you'd like to add?
No, it's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Toughest question, your first and last name and spell.
Darrell Komick, Darrellkomic.
And your type.
I'm the president of UCP Calgary Law.
And I guess first and foremost, just give us the roundup of what you're expecting tonight in terms of numbers, tickets sold, reach.
Well, an injection of truth, healing humanity is about giving people a platform for understanding how they can heal themselves given the impact of lockdowns and the COVID mandates. I mean, we have a sellout crowd. We're going to have like 26,000 people streaming it live. It'll have an impact of probably 2.5 million viewers within the next week. There's a lot of people that are interested in the science and understanding how they themselves can recover from what's happened in the last 5 years.
And physically, what would be a sellout?
565 seats.
Okay, perfect. And that, am I right in that it's the same as the first event where you didn't have to purchase a membership? So is it creating funding as well?
No, we have, you don't have to be a member to attend the event. We have two ticketing options. Obviously, members got a discount for being a member, but anyone can buy a stream, anyone can come to the event.
Can you speak to the support from the other constituency associations?
Yeah, we've had great support across the province from 10 other constituency associations, and we have more, but like everything, people, they don't want to necessarily stand up because they've been negatively impacted so much that they don't want to tell people they've been hurt. So we have 10. They range from the north to the south, the east to the west, right across the province. And I think it's a fairly good reflection of, say, rural and urban. It's not just urban, it's not just rural. So we see that the members of the UCP party, which represent Albertans, let's be honest, it happens to be a political organization that's putting it on, but the impact of lockdowns is an apolitical issue. We're just trying to show some leadership, have the conversation one at a time, and let people have informed information.
Do the MLAs in these ridings also support the event?
Well, we have 6 MLAs that are coming. For the most part, they do reflect where there is an MLA in the CA, yes.
Okay. The ones that are coming then.
So, for example, Calgary Lougheed, Eric Bouchard, Calgary Fish Creek, Miles McDougall, Scott Sear, who's coming from Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul. They'll be in attendance. Airdrie East, which is Angela Pitt. So we do have good cross-section of MLAs from their CAs that support the event, like both parties together.
And the reason I ask is I just think when people hear the riding, they assume it's their MLA. Do you know what I mean? So why are the associations putting it on and maybe not the MLAs behind it? People recognize that face and who they voted for?
Well, I think the difference is you have the government. The government is in caucus, so that would be the elected representatives. Here we have the people, the members of those constituencies that want to hear the facts. I mean, the government did ask for this report. I mean, the Davidson report, which has clear recommendations on how to deal with the lockdowns and COVID-19 response, that is a report of the government. What's interesting is many of the government, other than the Premier and Eric Bouchard, have not spoken to the report and don't want to see me speak to the report. So in order to get the conversation going, we decided to do an event that would force the conversation, to explore the science as opposed to how you feel about it. It's not about how you feel about it. There's new data that's emerged. You need to make a different decision and you have to track differently. And I think people need to understand that there is a lot more science available now than there was before, and that we should reconsider the position that everyone's in.
And on that note, you know, people who do have opposing views in the health and science field say that the folks in there, from the sounds of it, have similar views, right? One side of the coin, maybe not the other. Was that invitation put out to folks?
Right, yeah, so we invited both sides of the equation to attend. We got one response from one doctor who said, by the way, I'm traveling, I can't come. But Eric Bouchard was very specific. Yeah, we went across party lines. We went out there to all types of doctors of varying opinions, and they all said no or didn't respond. So what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I think people can take that for either they're empathetic, they think that they're going to keep this idea of not talking about it. It's like gaslighting. You know, if we don't talk about the truth, we're being gaslit. Eric doesn't want that. Eric wants people to have the facts and the data for them to choose from. And so opposing views need to bring facts and data, not hearsay, innuendo. They need to actually say, here are numbers that make sense, that are based on primary research.
Perfect. And is it true about the increased security?
Yes.
Can you speak to that at all?
No.
Okay. But increased security at tonight's event, I imagine.
Correct.
Okay.
And to the doctors themselves.
Anything you'd like to add?
Nope.
Perfect. And is Mr. Bouchard still here? Can I speak with him?
I think he's still here. Let me see.
Okay, thank you.